Hi. Hopefully everybody can hear this. I think we're back. I don't know yet. Need to make sure people are actually in the chat before I actually know we're live. I think we're live. Okay, it's back. All right. So for those that are wondering, we lost internet. I tried going on a hotspot, and I believe my entire stream archive from the last stream is broken now, so I don't know if we have any footage from our last stream that is actually really saved. But we are back again. I don't know how long this live stream is going to be from here. I don't know how much more severe weather we're going to see, but we are at least live for the time being, and Connor's stream is broken, but that should be fixed in a second once I click the right button here. But we are back. Internet actually came back sooner than I thought it would. I didn't think it was going to come back at all, but we were able to, again, go live again and have severe weather coverage. So once again, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully everybody didn't, lose me here. I do apologize. I tried to get the message out on our chat, but it was kind of hard to do. But we are back with severe weather coverage, at least for the time being. I don't know what has happened over the last several minutes, because I have had no access to look at really anything. It does look like we have rotation, though, near Frederick. We have a tornado warning that is confirmed in Oklahoma. So we have a tornado on the ground in Oklahoma by the looks of it. Unless this just hasn't updated, but this is confirmed by weather spotters. A confirmed tornado here in Oklahoma. Expires in 6 minutes, but it's north of Lawton. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That's near Apache, Oklahoma. So that's moving northbound right now. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. That tornado, if it's still on the ground, is going to be right there over Highway 19. So that's where it is right now. By the way, I'm not in the track of these storms. I had a lot of people asking. This is not related to the storm activity. It was very random. I did not expect this to happen. So, again, extremely random. I don't know why it happened. And I was surprised, but it came back sooner than I thought. I called them like 10 minutes ago. I'm like, hey, why is the internet out? And they're like, the engineers are looking into it or whatever. It's like a widespread outage or something. And then it came back. So, I don't know. Who knows? But we are back. It's like Connor survived with his extraterrestrial life. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing, but something weird was happening. Once again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground near Apache by weather spotters. This is the tornado that is reportedly in progress as of 8:39 or 8:37. So this was about 19 minutes ago. And they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on this. So this is going to continue.
A new tornado warning has been issued
in Oklahoma. So again, brand new tornado warning here. That's for Apache with a tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. Again, stay in your safe place. It's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Well, while all this was happening, I was able to catch up on eating my Culver's food, even though it's cold. But just want to throw that out there while that was happening. I do want to quickly check in on this Iowa storm. This has been tornado warning for quite a while. Yeah, we still got rotation here. It's going over Cantrell. It's about to go into Missouri. So we still got this tornado warning ongoing. This has been a long track tornado warning cell for a while. That is going to be moving eventually towards Fort Madison, which we actually do have live cams in Fort Madison, Burlington, and a few other areas in here. So we'll have some live views of that if there's anything interesting once that gets closer. But really the main concern right now is this tornado warning, again, back over in Oklahoma, where we do have a confirmed tornado, or did have a confirmed tornado. They are going to put this back to radar indicated in the next few minutes. And then we still have rotation that's near Frederick, Oklahoma. And this is where that rotation is. It just went right over the radar site. And we do have a hook echo here, it looks like. But that storm right now has just crossed over the radar site near Frederick, Oklahoma. So if you're in this warning, near Hollister, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We are going to primarily focus on these two storms in Oklahoma. So this one and then the one back over in Frederick. And then any other storm activity we'll keep a close eye on. I believe the storm that Connor was on was tornado warned, but it looks like now he is... I don't know if he's going towards these storms or if he's still in the storms. I don't know if this just hasn't updated on here, but there are storms still ongoing here across much of Oklahoma, and as well as back over in southern Kansas. By the way, huge shout out to anybody that donated or became a member or anything like that on the last stream that I did not thank. I don't know if I'm able to see any of that at this point because I mean, at this point, I just have no visual on being able to see that information. But if you did do either of those things on the last live stream, I really do appreciate it. And I don't think I'll be able to, thank you guys, but I do appreciate your support. Thank you, Kevin, as well, for becoming a minimum velocity member. And once again, if you're just tuning in again, my internet went out. I was using my hotspot to try to, tell you guys, but it didn't work on the last live stream. So just an FYI, if you're just tuning back in, that is why we lost. And by the way, this has never happened on one of our live streams before, just for the record. We've never had this issue. So this came out of the blue and it's never happened. So the last live stream, though, I believe is broken because I don't think it archived right, which kind of sucks because I thought we'd have some good stuff from last live stream that I could go back and watch, but I don't think it archived right. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh my god. Nope, it didn't. Never mind. Yeah, it archived literally 10 seconds of our last live stream. 10. That is extraordinarily unfortunate. Oh, it's so frustrating. That stream was good too. I mean, there were so many things that we could look back on in that live stream and now it's just gone. I don't know if YouTube can get it back somehow, but yeah, no proof of the drunk tornado. That was a consideration for after that live stream. It was a consideration for that to be the title. Any tornado warnings in Missouri? We got one in northeast Missouri. That's on the storm that is also in southeast Iowa. So that still exists. Hey, Tech for the $5 super chat. Where's that trampoline? A trampoline. And we got plenty of flying trampolines probably today, but I might actually get a trampoline and put it in the background. It is going to be in consideration, so look for that in the future. I'll say that we might have a trampoline in the background at some point. All right, that tornado warning has now ended, so we're back down to radar indicated rotation on this storm. So no longer a confirmed tornado, but it is back down to radar indicated here. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet near Apache, Oklahoma, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And we got more rotation down here. Oh, lordy. We might have another storm doing that backwards thing. This one right now, west, just to the southwest of Indian. Oh, this just got issued. So we got a new tornado warning on this storm now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But the storm that's back over near Indiana, that one might be doing some backwards, drunk tornado stuff too, which we just had that. But this storm also could do the same thing. It's developing now. Got a little bit of rotation there. But the new tornado warning now for Hollister and Loveland here in southwest Oklahoma. This is a brand new tornado warning. So if you're in this warning, once again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that's near Hollister, Loveland, and east of Frederick. That is also radar indicated, but that's another storm that we'll have to watch for closely. Let me just zoom out a little bit. So we got 3 areas of rotation that we're looking at. We got 1, 2, and then 3. Everything I just circled here in southwest Oklahoma still remains pretty busy. So while I was gone, did you guys end up seeing
any sort of warning has been issued?
Were there any tornadoes? I don't know if I missed anything. We were gone for like 45 minutes, so I don't know if... I'm guessing I missed stuff, but I'm not sure. What I'm seeing, I don't think we missed anything, but I could be wrong. The other stream is still there. I know it's there, it's just... It's cut down to 10 seconds. It's like broken. Unless the... if you guys go back to the last stream, for anybody that's looking at the last stream, do you guys see the entire stream, or is it only like 10 seconds in it? I mean, it says 5 hours and 43 minutes, but I just don't think it's there. It's working. Yes, we are back, by the way. Again, we had no internet, but it came back. I see 8 seconds. Okay. That's unfortunate. The most frustrating thing about all of this is that that stream is 10 seconds long now. Even though it says 5 hours, it's only 10 seconds. And I don't think I can fix that, which is the worst part. Yeah, we do have rotation developing on the storm near Indiana in southwest Oklahoma, still producing 2-inch hail. We got the other storm near Apache. That rotation's brought down a lot, so that tornado threat, at least for now, has occluded. We could see that redevelop, so we'll watch that storm closely. That's west of Chickasha, and we still have that rotation that's near Indianola, and then we got rotation back down near Hollister, Oklahoma, moving eastbound. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Thank you, Kaylee, for the $20 super chat. Need a tornado with a flying trampoline, a cow, a fence. That'd be crazy. Actually, I would be down for that, though. That'd be pretty cool. What's a drunk tornado? If you watched our last live stream at all, you would know. So we had a tornado here earlier. I could probably go back, actually, on here. Let's just go back for history's sake. I can probably go back all the way to when this happened. So let me go back and show you guys. So if you weren't at the last live stream, we had a drunk tornado happen. It was right about here. So this was our area of rotation. It ended up getting tornado warned right here. And then watch what happens. It drops down to the south. Okay, drops south. We get a tornado. All right, and the tornado warning was meant to go southward towards Frederick. So we had a tornado on the ground here, and then all of a sudden it goes west. I mean, it was crazy. And then all of a sudden it went north. It started doing a U-turn, and then it occluded entirely. But it was a really weird U-turn. It was like a smiley face almost, like with the direction it went. I mean, it started here and it went like up here. So it was quite interesting to say the least. We had it wasn't on the ground the entire time, for the record. This was just rotation. It was confirmed right about here or so, and it went westbound towards Tipton. So it went west, and then it started going north. So if there was a tornado, it actually went north. So it was a very awkward area of rotation that we had, for the record. It was, again, one of the weirdest tornadoes that I have ever seen on radar, and unfortunately that did not get saved in the last live stream, at least from what I know, so it is what it is. But we do still have 3 tornado warnings. So we have 2 in Oklahoma, we have 1 in Iowa. These have both now been downgraded back to radar indicated. We do have a tornado warning in Iowa and Missouri, right along the border. I'll hop right up to that real quick. Again, that's right along the border where we still do have rotation here. It is, it's hard to see it, but the rotation itself is going to be right here over Cantrell, moving east-southeast, going towards Donaldson, Iowa, and eventually going to go towards Montrose and perhaps Fort Madison. Now, we do have a live cam in Fort Madison. I want to see if we can pull that up here. And if we can, we'll go ahead and show you guys what we're looking at there. Because we should have a good view of this storm that's tornado warned. If not, we'll probably have one at some point here soon. Let's see. Again, if you're just tuning back in, again, we lost internet, so just an FYI. Here's the storm in Fort Madison on Virtual Railfan. You'll see it on the far right side of your screen in a moment. There's a lot of lightning, so you should be able to see at least some of it. Try to wide view it a little bit here. That right there will be your storm. It's on the right side of your screen in Fort Madison, Iowa. That's all the lightning. You kind of see it. We'll have a better view probably in a few minutes, so we'll keep this up on the other monitor, and then we'll pull back up once we have a better view of that storm. Sorry that happened. I know it sucks. It really does. I mean, we had like 12,000 viewers, I think, when that happened, which, again, that's worst possible timing, because we've never had that happen before. So it was horrendous timing. And unfortunately, we had like 4 or 5 tornado warnings. I mean, we had a bunch of warnings still ongoing. I mean, there was at least 3, 4, or 5. I can't remember how many, but just all around, it was extraordinarily frustrating. But I'm glad we're back, and I'm glad everybody's here still, or at least a lot of us are still here. What? Ashzilla with the $500 donation. There's no way that's real. Ashzilla, you're insane. It's so unnecessary. I really do appreciate your really generous $500 donation through the donation link. I've always loved storms. I had not become terrified of tornadoes until one hit my house in high school. The Hall County, Georgia, 1998 tornado. I greatly appreciate those that help us be safe. Thank you for all you do. Equipment, help, and cheese curds on me. I really do appreciate that, Ashzilla. You are insane. Put some hearts in the chat for Ashzilla. That is the most, that's I think one of the highest donations we've ever had. if I'm not mistaken. That's insane. Thank you so much, Ash Still. I really do appreciate your generosity. That is way too kind. Down payment on the PC. That's, I mean, that money will probably go towards monitors, for the record. The computer's too much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we were talking about this storm before. We've been on point today. This is the other thing. You know, the last live stream, we won't even have this. Unfortunately, we won't even have the things that I was calling out well ahead of time. But this here again near India and Homa is a new tornado warning. Strong rotation developing here. We got potentially another drunk tornado forming in this area. We may have a tornado on the ground here near India Homa. This near Cache. Strong rotation right there. And if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is a strong pocket of rotation. That is your India Homa in southwest Oklahoma, moving to the east-northeast. Again, we got 3 tornado warnings ongoing, and that is one of them. And then the one near Hollister, that rotation is still pretty strong. So we got 2 areas that we're watching right now in southwest Oklahoma. And these 2 in particular are really the most concerning. The one up to the north is not. So, got 2 strong pockets of rotation on both of these storms. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. I only have a few cheese curds left, by the way. I got like 3 left. They're all cold, though, so I'm going to have to reheat my food at some point. And for those, again, that are just tuning in, we are covering 2 different tornado warnings. Well, we got 3, but we got 2 technically that are really that significant here. And the one back up in Iowa and as well as back over in Missouri has been canceled. So we have 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have these 3 tornado warnings. Again, these 2 storms in particular are the most concerning with the strongest areas of rotation. And they could produce tornadoes at any time, especially the one near Cache. That one looks pretty impressive. Also, I want to remind you, if you're just tuning in, you watched our stream earlier. We lost internet. We are back, though, and we should be back here until the weather threat kind of subsides. So we'll be here hopefully for the next hour or 2, maybe even later if it's needed. I didn't think storms would be going this late when it came to the tornado threat down here, so this is a bit of a surprise, and it's still going. So we're definitely going to be here probably for at least another hour or 2 covering these storms for you. Which, again, the 2 most concerning right now are in southwest Oklahoma near Frederick and Snyder. Further up to the north, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings crashing down here into northern Oklahoma. Most of these should stay out of the way of Tulsa, but we might get one of these storms, since it's outflow driven, reaching Tulsa later. That would be primarily a damaging wind threat. The storm activity across most of Kansas has ended, and then also the storm activity that is back up in Iowa is also starting to subside. So the greatest threat right now, we got a few storms there, but they're overall not nearly as intense. Really, the greatest concern right now is this small pocket of storms that's in southwest Oklahoma that's still producing a tornado threat, which we got 2 strong areas of rotation. We got one near India Homa, and we also got one over here that is just east of Frederick. So if you're in either of these warnings, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. All right. I'm not sure if Connor is done or not. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to go to this screen, and we'll have the Wichita, Kansas storm on there. Connor is done? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we'll put Connor off here, and then we'll go back to whatever the other live cam was. La Plata, Missouri. So we got 2 live cams on the right side of your screen. We also have one in Oklahoma City, but I'll pull it up once we get the chance to do so. And if you're just tuning in, we got 3 tornado warnings in southwest Oklahoma. We got 2 strong couplets of rotation. We got one near India Homa, and near Cache, and then the other one near Hollister. The radar's going to update here in a second. We'll see which one's stronger. See if either one is strong over the next few minutes. On his way to BWW in Derby? What does that even mean? There's no longer a tornado warning in Iowa. No. Thank you, Misty. Appreciate that. They aren't moving? These storms are moving. It's moving east at 10 miles per hour. All right, this rotation a slight bit broader over the last scan. This one near Hollister, though. This is strong. I mean, again, we could get a tornado here near Hollister. That's relatively strong rotation. We don't have a CC drop yet, but that rotation is on the hook echo here. And I know it's a little bit weird to look at because we're looking at a radar site that's literally right here. But that right there over Hollister is a strong couplet. And once again, this could drop a tornado at any time as it continues to move eastbound over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in this tornado warning here in southwest Oklahoma, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. That's for Hollister and Loveland. All right. Again, you've got to go to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and lowest floor possible. The storm in particular is still, you know, it's pretty dangerous if it does develop into a tornado. It's a pretty strong couplet here, right over where that hook echo is. Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate it. No problem at all. Don't worry about it. I appreciate your generosity. I think we've had at least 2 or 3 tornadoes now in Kansas, at least 2 or 3 confirmed. I think we've had 3 confirmed now. And then in Oklahoma, we've had at least 4 or 5, I think, confirmed now. So there's actually been more tornadoes, I believe, today in Oklahoma. But I could be wrong on that. I'm just running off the numbers that I feel like I've heard today. We've been live for most of it, but I all got thrown out of whack after the stream ended. I'm still live. I just went live 20 minutes ago. The first live stream was 6 hours long, and unfortunately the internet went out and the archive is broken now, so we don't really have anything on that last live stream that I can even go back and watch at this point. But we are back once again, and we will be live again for the next couple of hours as needed, because there are still 3 tornado warnings. And those are all right now in Oklahoma. The one near Apache's probably done. That storm's really occluded. But we still have these 3 tornado warnings that are all pretty strong couplets, and they could produce tornadoes at any time. The one up here, has very strong winds going toward the radar. So we could, again, get something at least strong when it comes to damaging winds, but we could also get a tornado there. And then the one near Hollister is still on the concerning side of things. This one right here. So that one is still something to watch for. They have condensed the Apache one, so that one is now only including a very small area. That's Apache, Oklahoma, and that's it. And then the other 2 storms here are, again, the ones that are the most concerning at this time. Moving east and east-northeast. And continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Cache, Indiahoma, or even just east of Frederick here over the next several minutes. R3 now with $100 super chat. You guys are literally insane. I can confirm this is better than Netflix. Really appreciate your generosity with $100 super chat. You're literally crazy. Put some hearts in the chat for W3R3. And also, thank you again for... We also had a $500 donation from Ash Silla, which is just insane. Put some hearts in the chat from both of them. They're way too generous. I really do appreciate your generosity. You guys are crazy. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the Hollister storm. Again, this could drop a tornado at any time. We don't have anything confirmed here yet, but that is still some strong rotation right over Hollister. Hollister, Oklahoma. That's going to be approaching Loveland. Chattanooga will also be in the track of this, and eventually it'll be going towards Grandfield, Walters, Temple. So if you're in Grandfield, Temple, Walters, any of these areas, stay vigilant, because this storm, again, could produce a tornado down the road. It could also produce one at any time. It's still a pretty dangerous storm. These really are the most concerning storms on the map right now. We got 2 strong pockets of rotation. This is really surprising that we have an environment like this, down here, because, after what we just saw, obviously, this past weekend. But, unfortunately, this is, a tough environment here with these storms. Now, Tracy gives 10 members. You guys are literally insane. Thank you, Tracy, for the 10 gifted members. If you get a membership, make sure to thank Tracy. All right, these are still both radar indicated. But again, we got strong rotation near Hollister. The velocities will update here in a second. I hate hearing Max say town names that are around me. I can't remember where you are, Rebecca. Aren't you Lawton or Duncan? I can't remember. Here's the latest scan. The rotation up here to the north a little bit broader. This one, your Hollister, still pretty strong. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be right here. It's close. We almost have a debris signature there. I mean, it's not far from it, but we still got a strong couplet here on the Hook Echo near Hollister, Oklahoma. And this could drop at any time. You need to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom, away from windows and lowest floor possible. And that's near Hollister, Oklahoma, in southwest Oklahoma, moving eastbound. Yes, this is still in Oklahoma. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. What about Duncan? This storm will be on track for the Duncan area, but it's still probably a good hour out at least. This storm is moving east at 15 miles per hour. So if it continues to go at the speed it's going right now, it'll reach Duncan in approximately... well, it won't reach you until 3 hours from now. 4 hours from now. About 3.5 hours if it kept going that speed. Now, granted, it might speed up. These storms have been very inconsistent with speeds. So, if it does speed up, it'll be there probably in about, like, 2.5 hours or so. It's actually quite far away. It's kind of surprising, but these storms are barely moving. Like, they are literally moving at a snail's pace right now. Is DFW safe? Yeah, DFW is safe. You're not under threat today. There is a threat tomorrow, but it should stay low. And also, I'm not sure if we are going live tomorrow, just an FYI, but if we do, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live. If we do end up going live, it'll probably be another one of these streams where it'll probably start late, so it probably wouldn't start until like 8:30 or 9 or something like that. So we might just kind of catch the tail end of whatever happens tomorrow, basically. Tomorrow's going to be more slow-moving storms, so it's not going to be anything too insane. It'll be kind of the same area today, other than it's going to be more centered across the central and southern plains. How's my day been? Hasn't been bad. It got really bad when my internet went out, but you know, everything else is good. All right, let's see. Reflectivity. Again, if there's a tornado, it's going to be right over Hollister on the southeast side. Don't have any CC drops still. Still got a couplet here. We'll see what the next velocity scan shows, though. This one's not updated. Should update in just a moment. He moved the bed. Yes, we moved the bed. My day's been terrible, so stressed with college. I feel you, man. I mean, I have 2 final exams tomorrow, and I've not even studied for either one. I mean, one of them is a broadcast exam, so it's just, you know, it's basically what I'm doing right now, but then I have a dynamics exam, which is going to be brutal, but I already have everything that I need. I mean, my grade's at the point where I need it to be and everything like that, so it's not really that big of a deal for my grade. It's just, I haven't studied at all for it. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Looks like it's a bit broader here on the east side of Hollister, not nearly as intense. And this still could drop a tornado, though. I mean, it's might not be super strong, but that would be, again, still enough of a spin here where we could get a tornado. Again, this will be moving towards Loveland over the next several minutes. So if you're in Loveland, Oklahoma, Hollister, Chattanooga, I would stay in your storm shelter or basement, closet, bathroom. And then the storm back up near Indiahoma and Cache still has a little bit of spin here, but it's kind of going backwards. I mean, if there was a tornado here, it's almost drunk because it's going like southwest. it's like the tornado we had earlier. It's kind of doing the same exact thing. So we got weird stuff happening here. These still, again, both could produce tornadoes at any time. Am I in Illinois? I'm not in Illinois. It's a dynamic exam. It's fun stuff. You do a lot of derivations, if you even know what that is. I mean, that's advanced. But yeah, you got like derivations and stuff. Thank you, W3R3. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Also, thank you, Kate, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Lost power in Medicine Park. I mean, I lost internet, and I'm not even in the storms, so good times. Sent you a cool photo on Facebook DM. Honestly, I would check, but like, I have so many direct messages on Facebook, and a lot of them I've not even opened, so you guys do have any photos or videos, though, you can tweet me on Twitter. That's mostly what I'm checking right now. Anything that's recent in my feed, I'll look at. Oh my god, Ken Smith, you're amazing. Ken Smith on Twitter saved the drunk tornado footage from our last live stream. So even if we lost that, he did save it on Twitter. That's amazing. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate you sending me that. We'll have to use that for science. What, Kansas? We can look at Kansas real quick. These are the storms in Kansas. Again, all these mostly just damaging winds. They're all outflow driven. Let's look at the Tulsa stuff. I mean, these storms will eventually go towards Tulsa. That's really what's the most concerning area in line for this activity. We do have a storm up here near Newkirk, Oklahoma, that's producing some significant hail and wind. I don't know about really a tornado threat with that one. The rotation's there, but it's, again, outflow driven. We do have a storm that's going to be going into Illinois here pretty soon that is still producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. In addition to the threat of a tornado still. I mean, it's a low threat. It's not a tornado warning, but there is a tornado possible label. We have a live cam here out of Fort Madison on virtual railfan. If you look at the very right side of your screen, you might be able to pick up on a couple lightning strikes once this loads. Maybe it doesn't want to load. Hopefully my internet didn't go out again. All right. Right side of your screen, though, is where we'd be looking for lightning. I just saw a CG a second ago. I'm not sure if we'll get that again. There's some lightning. There you go. Some flashes. But dang it, you guys can't see it. You just saw CGs again. This is apparently inside the storm. So that's in Fort Madison. Got some lightning. I'll have to try to get a better view of that. But yeah, we got a lot of CGs and stuff, which is just cloud to ground lightning there in Fort Madison. Lots of lightning, though, on that storm. All right. Tornado warnings in Oklahoma. We still got some rotation on the storm that is down near Hollister. The one near Indiahoma and Cache is not nearly as strong, but it could always recycle. So those are the two tornado warnings that we have. The other one near Apache was canceled. So those are the two tornado warnings that we're looking at right now. CGs, it's cloud to ground lightning. It's just an abbreviation. Hey, Chad, appreciate your $5 super chat. Checking in for Marietta. Did you guys get hit by the tornado there in your part of Marietta? Because I know, like, it was not a huge tornado, but that was an EF4 that went right through Marietta. So, wow. Got tennis ball sized hail on the backside of all of this activity. If you're in Snyder or Mountain Park, Oklahoma, there's now a threat for tennis ball sized hail in your location. So you've got to stay away from windows if you're in this area near Snyder and Mountain Park. That's a upgraded warning here. It was initially 2-inch hail. Now it's up to a very considerable threat if you're in Snyder and Mountain Park for tennis ball sized hail. Glad I can help you, niece. Yeah, once again, we lost internet for those that are still just tuning in. But we're back. I was using my hotspot at the very end, and it didn't do well. Just for the record. So if we ever lose internet again, we're not using hotspots, because that messed up the archive of the last stream. I knew the temperature dropped for a reason. Yeah, we got storms all around here in Oklahoma. We've had a lot of storms here today, and we've had a surprising amount of tornadoes. It's been a surprising number. I was not expecting much of a tornado threat here. And there was the SPC actually didn't outline a tornado threat here. I don't know if they did in their latest SPC outlook, because they just did one recently. I mean, they did it like an hour ago, but like I wasn't live for it. Or I was live, but I wasn't able to cover it. But there was a SPC update. I'm not sure if they put a tornado threat down here now, but there wasn't initially one, which I don't blame them. But this is what the tornado threat is now. I have to zoom in for this. You ready? There's a small 5% here. It's like a tiny little 5%. Then you got your 2% that now extends down into here near Fort Sill and near Wichita Falls. I had to zoom in a lot for that one. But yeah, it's like a tiny area. I think I can pull it up on here actually. Here's your tornado threat outlined. There you go. That's your 5% tornado threat right there. It's because all these storms are moving so slowly. Thank you, W3R3. Appreciate it. But yeah, this is, again, tiny little 5%. Teeny tiny. It's not very big, but So we're still looking out for that tornado threat. I mean, this tornado threat isn't done. We're going to probably have at least another couple hours of this, is my guess, with what we've been seeing here over the last few hours. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm glad I can help Hannah. Thank you for your $9.99. Thank you, Hannah, as well, for the other Hannah for the $5 super chat. People's lives change in a flash with severe weather. Yeah, I mean, you know, we were live for that tornado that happened in western Iowa, where that old lady got injured, and glad she was okay. But man, I was literally crying. You know, it was so emotional. And whenever somebody gets impacted, like, you know, when you have audio and stuff like that, like, because you guys didn't really hear it, but there was audio. This, by the way, tornado could be on the ground at any second near Indian home. I just want to throw that out there. We have strong rotation there. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, when you hear audio or see video or whatever it might be of this sort of stuff, like when people are injured or hurt by tornadoes or just devastation or whatever it might be, you know, it is so emotional. Especially for me. It's just so hard to witness. We may have a tornado on the ground, by the way, near Highway 5. That looks like a CC drop. It's so hard to tell since we're so close. But we got a strong couplet right here. Again, there could be a tornado on the ground here, and we might get one in a second near Indiahoma. So we need to focus on a little bit here. We got a couple of different tight pockets of rotation. Both of these could drop tornadoes at any time. Again, we got one just west of Indiahoma. We got another one right here. So two possible different tornadoes here in Oklahoma. One's near Hollister and one's near Indiahoma. I was going to say CC drop. I can't tell if it's a CC drop. It's so close. I'm going to see if I can verify with my phone. These could be tornadoes, though. It just updated. All right, that rotation just likely occluded. All right, let's see. This is 929. Just updated. The one down here weakened really quickly. Or occluded, one of the two. And this one's still here. And this tornado, if it's on the ground, it's going backwards. Once again, another drunk tornado. If it is ongoing, I mean, it's in the hook here. It's again, once again, going backwards. Yeah, this is again moving backwards. It's doing weird things. It's like stationary, but kind of moving west. So that could drop. Again, we're not going to see C drop on this, but that could also be a tornado in that hook. That's interesting. And then we have strengthening rotation again east of Hollister. No CC drop on that, but that's another strong couplet of rotation. So once again, still got a chance for tornadoes here. They're still trying. All right, I'm going to update the La Plata camera so you guys can see the lightning that's happening right now in Fort Madison while we have a second. There's a ton of lightning right now in Fort Madison. We're going to go with this camera. All right, we'll go with that one. There you go. Right side of your screen. It's a ton of lightning right now in Fort Madison. All right, new radar scan just came in. Let's check it out. Again, strong couplet of rotation. We got two of them. We got that one just occluded. We got one right here though near Hollister. So this one, that might have been a brief tornado that occluded. The one again back over here near Loveland still remains on the stronger side of things. That's just northwest of Loveland, Oklahoma. That is still trying to produce. So again, stay in your safe place here in this warning. Your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom away from windows and lowest floor possible. That is still trying to produce right now in this area. We're doing Fort Madison on both of them, by the way, because the lightning show is kind of crazy on the other one. It's looking at a train right now, but you should see the lightning better in a minute. It's the difference between a backwards rotation and a forwards rotation. I mean, that's not what's happening. what's happening, it's very interesting. We have tornado, like, areas of rotation, like this one we just had here, up here to the north. It's going west, which the storm itself is going east. I've never really seen this before. I haven't seen it really in real action, so I don't exactly know what that is. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what it is, but it's very interesting nonetheless. The storm motion today, though, is heavily driven towards it not going anywhere. Like, these storms are not being steered a certain direction down here in Oklahoma today. The storms that are up in Iowa have steering because of the jet stream and all that sort of stuff. The storms in Oklahoma do not have steering. So the tornadoes that have been developing for the most part here over the last couple of hours, we've had a couple of these like little drunk tornadoes. That's what I'm calling it. Essentially when a storm is going like backwards or something like that, like doing something weird when the storm is going forwards. I think a lot of it just has to do with the storm motion today. And that's why I think a lot of this is occluding. I mean, this storm right here, you see this rotation over the last 3 scans? This is like 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, and now. This rotation right here is also kind of going backwards now. It's it's very weird. I mean, I think a lot of it just has to do with the storm motion, though, because there isn't really much steering these tornadoes or storms or even the pockets of rotation. And this is another one. It's just going backwards. So, I mean, this thing's going backwards now too. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's going west now. It's probably going to occlude again, like what we've had seen over the last few hours. But like, again, it's just another one of these situations. And we got another, looks like, pocket rotation here, maybe. Can't really tell. There might be one there too, but like, you know, this one right here, northwest of Loveland, that's just another one going backwards. Is this drunk tornado phenomenon good or bad? By the way, drunk tornado is just a term I've made up. It's not actually what it's called, but it's not really, I wouldn't say it's, you know, I would actually say it's good. If you don't want tornadoes, it's actually not a bad thing, because these are just kind of going to occlude themselves out anyway. That's kind of what's been happening anyway, so it's pretty much what we're seeing here. I need a drunk NATO scale. Might have to. After today, we got a new thing called drunk tornadoes. Thank you, WR3. Appreciate it. Also, thank you, Boris, for the $5 super chat. Does ground clutter does the ground clutter this close to FDR mess up with your interpretations? No, not this. I mean, if we're right next to the radar site, it can be hard, but like, this is not going to mess up anything that we're looking at. Yeah, I mean, this isn't that close. Like, within like 3 miles, it's hard. About 5 miles, you can usually see stuff, and then anything after that's pretty easy. But like, if it's within like 2 or 3 miles, it can mess with things, because it's just so close to the radar site. It can be hard to look at the proximity. And that big little radar hole that we have essentially in the radar realm here, because this is about a little over a mile wide, that could also mess with things. But we have an insane amount of lightning right now in Fort Madison and Wichita right now. It's kind of crazy. I'll have another radar scan here in a moment. I'll be the first ever to develop a drunk NATO meter scale. I mean, I would. Thank you, Eunice, for the $9.99. Appreciate it. A+ to anyone who can figure out the scientific term for a drunk NATO. I actually would say, yeah, you get an A+ if you figure it out. I don't know what it's. I don't know if there's a name for it. I think there is, but I just can't think of it. I've seen Reed Timmer's video. Yeah, I saw a lot of that stuff. I mean, I saw a lot of it when I was live. I just can't show it. Just kind of on Twitter and stuff when I was scrolling by. Okay. This rotation's still trying. I mean, again, it's stalled again. So that area of rotation that's northeast of Hollister, it's once again stalled. So the one near Indiahoma has weakened pretty much, and the cache warning. So there's not really much rotation there. Still stay in your safe place just in case. Once again, we do have a tennis ball sized hailstorm right behind this near Snyder and Mountain Park. That's moving southeast. So if you're in Snyder or Mountain Park, continue to stay away from windows, as that could potentially, you know, have some wind-driven hail as well that could go into windows. But we still have rotation here near Hollister. We'll check the CC again. And just nothing definitive here, even though it's in the right spot, like it's in the hook echo and everything. There could be a tornado here. It's just, if there is one, it's not picking up any debris that's being detected by the radar. There's a lot of lightning there in Fort Madison. There's a lot of lightning there. The storm off to the west is highly electrified. It's marginally severe. It's not really that severe, but just a little severe. Here's the NATOcast outlook. Oh, that's tomorrow. Or that's today. I think NATOcast is catching up, so this is NATOcast outlook for tomorrow, by the way, for the tornado threat. It's primarily in far western Oklahoma, and we might go live tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure. I have a final exam, so I don't know if we'll be able to go live for that, but either way, make sure that you're still staying vigilant. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts. I should have a video tomorrow morning, but if not, then I will just try to go live tomorrow at some point. I'm not sure when. Just an FYI for tomorrow. Here's your latest scan on this rotation. So it's, again, just to the northeast of Hollister and moving eastbound. It's actually now pushing east. So all of a sudden, it's kind of starting to speed up a little bit. So it's starting to speed up a little bit. It'll be going towards Chattanooga here pretty soon. Still has a hook echo and everything. The warning expires in 5 minutes. I think they'll issue a new one on this if the rotation stays strong enough. So that'll be something to look for here in the next few minutes. This should count as my final. I wish. Talk to us or take us live when at the final. Yeah, let me just pop up my phone real quick. Let's live stream the entire thing. And if I have any questions, I'll ask you guys. Don't worry. just you know, using resources, you know. Have I eaten? I mean, I kind of ate when we didn't have power, or when I didn't have internet. I was kind of just eating some of my Culver's food, but not legitimately, honestly. I still have all my chicken tenders. I mean, I finished my shake. That was about it. Here's the latest scan. Again, we still got rotation there. Oh, that might be a CC drop. It's close. We might have a tornado here. It's so hard to tell. The CC is the one problem with being close up. I still really can't confirm it. It's so hard to confirm this. I mean, if there's a tornado, it's going to be right here, just south of Highway 5. Let's see what this next CC scan shows. This could be on the ground. It's northwest of Loveland, once again in Oklahoma. Still very strong rotation. They'll issue a new warning here in probably a couple minutes if that rotation stays strong. Would win in a fight, a drunk NATO or your final? Honestly, probably my final. Finals are so hard. Or can be so hard. CC didn't update on this scan, but that rotation, again, is really strong. We could have a tornado on the ground right now. If it is on the ground, it's just east of Hollister. Once again, stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Very possible that we have a tornado here. It's, again, hard to confirm, but again, it's very possible. Again, moving eastbound right now. Rome, I'm in my third year. About to be my fourth. CC does not mean cheese curds, by the way. It means correlation coefficient. Still no CC up to here. We'll have another radar scan in a second. There, that's really strong. Trying to get a CC on this. That is awfully strong, though, on this latest scan. The velocities are actually impressively strong. I mean, we're talking probably 70, 80 mile per hour winds against 70, 80 mile per hour winds here. CC is also not closed captions. It's not cheese curds. It's not closed captions. It's none of that. Come on. Correlation coefficient. Can you just update? Okay, I think it just updated. I mean, it looks like a tornado to me. It's so hard to tell with this CC on here. That's very strong rotation nonetheless. It is a pretty strong couplet there. Again, if we do have a tornado, it's going to be located here just off to the east of Hollister. I do believe this is on the ground, just for the record, but it's not officially confirmed. Again, if this is on the ground, it's going to be approaching the northern side of Loveland, Oklahoma, and eventually going towards Chattanooga. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter. Very strong velocities. I mean, if we just do a quick measurement here, we got 74 mile per hour velocities on the outside, but we got 74 on the inside versus about 51. So again, if there's a tornado, it could be on the stronger side of things here, moving eastbound. The Indiana tornado warning, that one's kind of junk at this point. There's really no rotation up there, but this one here, again, very strong couplet. I mean, this is one of the stronger ones that you'll see here. Very strong area of rotation moving eastbound. That right there, again, would be your tornado if it's on the ground. And I think it is a tornado, but I'm not going to officially put it on there until we officially have it confirmed. And the warning's about to expire, so I mean, if we had a new tornado warning, it would be on that. So again, north of Loveland in Oklahoma. If you're in this warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And even if there isn't a tornado, we are still talking about significant damaging winds, just for the record. This warning is going to expire in 15 seconds. I'm assuming they're putting a new warning on this, but I mean, this is an awfully strong couplet right there. All right, it's now officially confirmed. This is a PDS tornado. This is a large and strong tornado that's on the ground, guys. You gotta seek shelter.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is, again, a large tornado. I'm actually not surprised by this, but they've officially now confirmed this as a large and strong tornado that's in progress in southwest Oklahoma. Again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a PDS tornado. That is a particularly dangerous situation. It is a rare situation. This is a large and strong tornado that is in progress right now in Oklahoma. That is near Loveland and Hollister. So once again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in Faxon, Loveland, or Hollister, as there is a large and strong tornado in progress here in southwest Oklahoma, just east of Frederick. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that is moving east at about 10 miles per hour. This could speed up. Just keep that in mind. It's been very inconsistent, but those velocities are very strong right now on radar. The correlation coefficient will update in a second, but I mean, this CC drop is quite strong, literally, and I mean, we're in a very rural area and it's picking up some significant debris. So again, this is a large and strong tornado that is on the ground moving eastbound. You've got to run to your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, and that is a deep CC drop. The radar's not even picking it up right now. This is some significant debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere right now. This is a strong tornado, and I mean it. Like, we're talking very strong tornado right now in progress. The CC values are going under 20%, which it doesn't even pick it up on here, but I mean, it's under like 20%. That means that there is significant debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere on this storm. The velocities, you can't even really see them, but it's 85 miles per hour versus like 100 or so in the center core. You just can't see it because of how extruded it is. So we have a very strong tornado that's in progress right now in southwest Oklahoma, and this is a very strong and large tornado. It could even be violent. It's moving east right now towards Chattanooga and going towards Faxon, and you've got to run to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, whatever the lowest floor is in an interior room of your home or building. You've got to run to that place. This is a significant tornado right now that is in progress in southwest Oklahoma. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see where this is going. But this is a very significant storm. And again, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. Again, this does not happen very often, but this storm definitely classifies in that criteria with how strong this rotation is. This is undoubtedly the strongest rotation we've seen on radar today. It's that significant. We have a huge CC drop on this. It is a very strong tornado right now that is moving just on the east side of Hollister, Oklahoma. Again, this is moving eastbound at about 10 miles per hour. It's not fast, but it could be speeding up, which is a bit more cause for concern because this will eventually be going towards Faxon. Long term, it's going to be going towards Walters and Duncan, but again, Duncan's probably still a good hour or two out from this. It could easily weaken by then, but Once again, this is a very concerning storm right now. That is just north of Loveland. That's again a huge debris signature right now, just south of Highway 5. This is again a large debris ball that is developing with this. The signature on radar is clear as day. This is a large and strong tornado, undoubtedly, right now, that is heading towards Chattanooga. Chattanooga is a more populated town here in Oklahoma. Same thing with Faxon, and also the same thing with areas here near Highway 5. Not really much here, but Chattanooga in particular is the next in track of this large and strong tornado. This is what the debris is right now. That's what's being picked up by radar. This is a significant amount of debris that's being wafted up into the atmosphere right now that is moving eastbound. Again, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is a very strong and large tornado that is heading towards Highway 5 near Chattanooga and Faxon in southwest Oklahoma. This is a particularly dangerous situation. It is a very strong and large tornado in southwest Oklahoma, just east of Frederick. Oh my goodness, this thing is just so strong. I mean, this is unbelievable. I didn't expect this at all. I mean, this is so strong. Velocities right now being picked up by radar. I'm trying to use my phone because some of this is getting extruded. Velocities right now are about 110 miles per hour versus about 90 miles per hour. So this could be, again, a very strong tornado that's in progress. And I just dropped my mouse. Sorry, I dropped my mouse. All right, there we go. So again, this is a large and strong tornado in southwest Oklahoma. Very strong tornado in progress. It's going through very rural areas, which is, crazy to say the least because of how deep the CC is. Now, the other problem is that even though it's rural, there's probably a lot of farms here. And if there aren't farms, there's like homes or whatever it might be. This is impacting lots of lives with some of these people maybe not having storm shelters. So this is a serious situation right now near Chattanooga. Again, with a large and strong tornado that's in progress. And this is, again, undoubtedly the strongest tornado that we've seen on radar today, with a very large CC drop. It's, again, a dangerous storm that's going to be going towards Chattanooga. It's, again, a particularly dangerous situation. And when that happens, we are talking about a large and strong tornado that is in progress. It is a very dangerous situation right now in Oklahoma. So this again includes Hollister, Loveland, Chattanooga, and Faxon. Those are the 4 places that are included here in southwest Oklahoma in this tornado warning. Again, the next areas on the track, this will be the Juro-Nemo area near Interstate 44. So have your tornado action plan ready just in case this keeps going. This is now rain wrapped, so there's no way you're seeing this. This is a rain wrapped, large and strong tornado. This has gotten even more dangerous. With rain-wrapped tornadoes, what that means is that we have a tornado that is embedded in rain. And there are I'm getting at least one photo on Twitter of this large tornado. You can check it out at MaxVelocityWX. It's very hard to see this at night, but now it's a rain-wrapped large tornado and strong tornado that is now in progress. So, once again, this is a significant storm. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and we have a huge tornado on the ground here near Chattanooga. This is a very dangerous storm. The rotation is insane on this. We have velocities now peaking at 140 miles per hour. That is really strong, and that's going against about 90 mile per hour winds. Which, again, that doesn't always mean what the wind speed is of a tornado. It means it's very strong. I haven't seen velocities on radar like this, even what we saw the other day. I mean, the velocities right now just going away from the radar are estimated at 144 miles per hour. That's just going away. That's not going towards. So, I mean, this is, again, a very dangerous situation. Again, you've got to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. We got a very deep CC drop for this being a very rural area. This is a serious situation, again, going towards Chattanooga, Oklahoma. And here are the last several scans. I mean, this developed quickly. Hopefully it occludes, hopefully it weakens, hopefully it does the same thing as the other tornadoes did earlier, but man, this thing is strong. Just live south of that. Yeah, I mean, this is so strong. I mean, it's unbelievable. You can't see the velocities, by the way. Like, this is glitched. This isn't like this isn't like broadening. This is just because of how strong the winds are. I can't even pick it up on here. Like, that's how strong this couplet is right now. We have a huge CC drop still. We got a large and strong tornado right now moving eastbound. This is still a PDS tornado, meaning particularly dangerous situation. I don't expect that to change anytime soon because this is a very strong tornado that's on the ground. Again, in southwest Oklahoma, near Hollister. This is a completely rain-wrapped tornado, so again, you are not going to see this tornado. You've got to stay in your safe place. Do not try to take a video of this. This is a extremely dangerous storm, and I cannot stress that enough. I know there's only like 1,000 people in this warning, but like this is if you're one of those people, you've got to go to your safe place. Do not try to look for this. It is an extremely dangerous storm. It is a rain-wrapped tornado, 1, and then 2, it is also a huge tornado that is picking up a lot of debris. So you've got to go to your safe place if you're in this warning. It is a very, very, very dangerous storm. And that CC drop is just unbelievable. It's still going. I mean, that's all debris. This is right now, let me just zoom in a little bit. This is right along N2350 road. There are some farms here. This is right along 1830 road, okay? So if you know any people in that area, that's where this tornado is currently crossing. It's about to go onto that same road, and it's also going to be crossing over N2360 road. That's where this large tornado is about to be going right through. It is approaching Highway 36 and Highway 5 here, where this, again, large tornado is currently in progress. It's going to be approaching that area. It's going to be going towards Chattanooga over the next few minutes. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress in southwest Oklahoma near Chattanooga. This is where your tornado is. I know it looks broad, but it's not. That is still a large tornado that is moving east. The hope is that this occludes, but as of now, it is still a large tornado that is moving eastbound. You've got to stay in your safe place and get to that shelter spot. If you are in Chattanooga, Loveland, Faxon, any of those areas, you've got to run to your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. It's a very dangerous storm that is currently happening in southwest Oklahoma. That is still a lot of debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. I'm going to try to figure out what other places are in this warning that I can outline here, because this is, again, a very dangerous situation. This is near Hollister, Oklahoma. I'm going to see if I can name off any places for those that are in the warning that where this tornado is. Okay, so this is near Loveland. So we got some farms by the looks of it in the track of this. We got a lot of farms in the track of this right now. That's basically where this is. We got a lot of farms in the track of this particular storm. So a ton of farms are in the track of this. That's the general area of where this is. It's going to be going towards Hale, Coyote Hills Ranch, the Kinder Wesley area, which it looks like it's... we also got Coyote Hills Ranch. That's the other one. This will be going towards Chattanooga, which, by the way, Chattanooga has a high school. So Chattanooga's in the track of this. There's a high school there. There's a grill, the Chattanooga Fire Department. I mean, all those areas are in the track of this particular tornado if it continues to stay on the ground, which as of now, it is still on the ground with a large debris signature. So as again, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Once again, this is a large and strong tornado that is on the ground heading towards Chattanooga. It is completely rain wrapped, so you're not going to see this. You've got to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. There are photos, at least one photo on Twitter. I retweeted it at MaxVelocityWX. That's all I've seen so far, though. I have not seen anything else yet. This is still a PDS tornado. Again, this is a life-threatening situation if you are in this warning. It's a large and strong tornado. You've got to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. I mean, again, this is one of the stronger tornadoes I've seen here over the last few days. We still got a massive debris signature. It's about to be approaching Highway 5 and Highway 36 in the next few minutes. This is now this is where it is right now. So I'm trying to figure out where else is in this area. It looks like it just went through the Isadore Cemetery. So it looks like it just went through there. And again, it looks like it's about to rip through a lot of farmland. And I'm surprised, once again, it's picking up this much debris with this much farmland in this area. Like, it's a lot of farms. The velocities will update here in a second. They're a little bit behind. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a large tornado, a destructive tornado that's on the ground near Chattanooga, Oklahoma. This is a wedge tornado by the sounds of it that's on the ground. Again, I'm retweeting another photo on Twitter. This is a wedge tornado that is on the ground moving east-northeast. And if you are in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. Here's a zoomed out view. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a rain-wrapped tornado. So again, it is a very dangerous storm to begin with since it's nighttime. But since it's now rain-wrapped, it's even more dangerous. So again, that's your tornado right there. It's moving towards Highway 5 and Highway 36. If you're out in front of this warning, I know this storm might not be producing a tornado by the time it gets there, but if you're in Walters or Germanino or Central High, Lawton, Duncan, any of those areas, you should stay vigilant. You should have your tornado action plan ready, and you should be making sure that you have multiple ways to receive alerts in case you do end up going under a tornado warning tonight. Again, this is unprecedented because this was just not expected at all today, and all of a sudden we have this large and strong tornado that developed almost out of nowhere. Here in southwest Oklahoma, which we still have this huge debris signature on this right now near Highway 5. Again, the hope is that this occludes, but so far it hasn't really shown that many signs of weakening. It's not showing any signs of weakening, by the way. It is still a very strong tornado, by the way. I mean, this has not shown any signs of weakening. I just got the radar scan for 957, which is the latest one. This is still 954. This tornado is right here. It is still very strong and very large. It has not weakened at all. So this is going to be approaching Highway 5 and Highway 36 over the next few minutes. There you go. Yep. I mean, this is so strong. Again, the velocities can't even pick up on how strong this is. That's how strong it is. I mean, the only things that we can measure with velocities is 94 miles per hour going away from the radar, and then 94 miles per hour going towards the radar. So at the bare minimum, again, this is a strong tornado. It's undoubtedly a strong tornado. But this is a very dangerous situation if you're near Chattanooga. And if you are in Chattanooga, once again, you got to get to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is still a very dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now in southwest Oklahoma. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but that is the nature of this tornado warning, and this tornado in particular. It is a very dangerous storm. You know, velocities like this, we saw this a little bit, you know, with a couple of the tornadoes, you know, the other day, but, you know, this is still it's just so strong still. I mean, we're looking at velocities that are being picked up by radar at 120 miles per hour, and that's just one-way winds. That's not the other way. So this is, I mean, it's just, again, a very strong tornado here in Oklahoma, and that debris signature, again, is just fizzling out. You can't even see it. It's that strong. So there's significant debris being lifted up into the atmosphere here. Once again, just southwest of Chattanooga, Oklahoma, and just north of Loveland. And this is a very dangerous storm right now moving eastbound. Very dangerous. If you know any friends or family in this warning, give them a call, give them a text. You know, make sure that they're in their storm shelter or wherever it might be. You know, it could be a basement, but you need to bring the mattress off the bed if you're in Chattanooga. You know, that's the kind of situation that you're in. If you are in Chattanooga, you still have about a minute to go run and get that mattress off the bed or the helmet or whatever, but you got to get that like ASAP. You know, this tornado is not super fast, so it's still a couple minutes out there from the downtown area, but regardless, you've got to run to your safe place if you're in these warnings. You know, get shoes ready to have shoes on you, because if you do end up having damage in your area like Chattanooga or Faxon, you're going to end up having, you know, you're going to end up having to walk over things after the debris happens in your area, like after all that damage. That's how significant this is right now in southwest Oklahoma. So still a PDS tornado, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. This is a very dangerous tornado that's on the ground. And just for reference, this is currently on N2360 road. It is just south of Highway 5. That is where this tornado is still picking up debris into the atmosphere. It's going to be approaching Highway 36, and it's also right along East 1830 road. So that is where this tornado is currently at right now, just southwest of Chattanooga. Again, what we're looking at is the correlation coefficient. That is the debris signature that is being picked up by radar. And once again, this is a large and strong tornado that is in progress here, and it is a very dangerous tornado. And at least it's slow. You know, if this was a fast-moving tornado, it could be way worse because it would be impacting way more people. But right now, it's a slow-moving tornado. It is moving towards Highway 5 and Highway 36 very quickly, though, because it's, you know, within, you know, very short distance of that. So you got to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Oh my god! I mean, the velocities on this are just insane. It is still a very strong tornado. Here's the last few scans for reference. This tornado may be stalling again. You can kind of see it here. The tornado itself is kind of stalled over the last few scans. Hopefully it does that. Hopefully it just kind of stops again in its tracks, like what we've seen a lot today. But, I mean, man, the velocities are just so strong on this. And again, if we just measure it, I mean, we got 94, 110 against unrendering areas with 94. I mean, yeah, these winds are so strong here on this tornado. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here's another view of it. I'm trying to see. I mean, this is the CC again. This is the debris signature. It's been sitting here for the last few minutes. It hasn't moved a whole lot. Hopefully it takes the left-hand turn and occludes, but just, it's horrible. I mean, it's such a... I mean, hopefully there's not very many people in this area. I don't know how many people live in between Chattanooga and Loveland and Hollister, but, I mean, there are some farms there from what I saw. And, you know, hopefully, you know, there's nobody at those farms right now, because if there are, I mean... This is, again, a very substantial tornado right now that's happening here. Just very substantial. Yeah, I mean, the gate-to-gate velocity was 260 miles per hour, just for reference. That doesn't mean we had an EF5 here. I just, you know, that's the gate-to-gate velocities from what I'm getting from somebody on, at least on Twitter, which sounds right with this tornado. And this is completely rain-wrapped, too, so if there's still a tornado here, you're not going to see it. But I am seeing signs of this kind of backtracking again, and perhaps occluding. I'm hoping. It's kind of stopped here over this road. Let's hope that happens. But, I mean, yeah, it's still picking up a lot of debris. It's still on the ground, by the way. This is not lifted by any means. Let's just hope this occludes. I mean, it's kind of going backwards again. That right there is your rotation. Yeah, it's very strong right now. I will play the velocity loop in full after... this tornado lifts. Hopefully it lifts soon, but I'll play the entire loop just so you can see the evolution of this. Look at tilt 2. What about tilt 2? Tilt 2 only has a few frames on here, but I mean, even this, I mean, you could just measure the winds here from earlier, like 90 versus 130. Again, that's a little bit higher up off the ground, but like that's still gate to gate wise, that's still really strong. And wow, I mean, this is where the tornado is right now. Like there's like a hole, there's like a donut hole in the middle of the storm here where the tornado is. That's it right there. Sorry, the velocities keep glitching. That's the area there. There's like a hole in the radar here now, or like the hole in the spot right here, just south Highway 5. It's like a donut hole. This is just unbelievable. And yeah, for the record, by the way, this could recycle. If it does end up occluding, it could recycle. We've already had that happen. I mean, that's what just happened. That's how this just happened. We'll see what the next radar scan shows in a second. Tilt 2 on CC. Oh. Wow, this is tilt 2. This is looking higher up into the atmosphere. I mean, this debris is getting shot up like a cannon into the atmosphere. Oh my god. I mean, this is like, again, significant. The debris signature goes all the way up to tilt 4, which I don't know how high off the ground that is from this spot, but it's probably at least around, I don't know, maybe 10,000 feet or so, maybe more than that. I'm not 100% sure. It's close to the radar site, but that right there on the CC, again, is significant debris being lifted up well up into the atmosphere. And this is, again, a very rural area. I mean, we're talking about a lot of farms. There are some buildings, for sure, but, like, you know, there aren't very many. So the fact that it's even that intense is just crazy to me. I'll have a new velocity scan in a second. Is that only 4,500 feet? Is that all that is? This tornado, by the way, is still in progress. It's still very well on the ground. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is a dangerous tornado. It is a large and very strong tornado that has been on the ground for about 15 to 20 minutes now. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a serious tornado. Yeah, this is in southwest Oklahoma near Chattanooga. The debris signature is still there. I mean, we still got a large tornado on the ground. Strong tornado. It's in progress. It's kind of standing still now. I mean, over the last few scans, it's barely moved. And it's now going backwards. So if you're behind this, you got to seek shelter. The tornado's now going backwards. It's going west. I mean, this has been such a wacky day, but this tornado is now going westbound. It is now heading backwards to the west. It's going to be going towards Highway 5. If you're in Hollister, stay weather aware. Hopefully it includes by then, but it's now going west. On the latest scan, this is all the sun going backwards. If you're still in Chattanooga, stay in your safe place, because it's now going westbound. I mean, this is just insane. I mean, now it's going west. It was initially going east. I mean, I've never seen stuff like this. This has happened like 3 times today. It's going west now. This is unbelievable. You can still see that like little hole in the middle here. That's your debris. I honestly could not tell you I've never seen something like this where it's legitimately going backwards now. The storm motion is so low today. Like there's like nothing steering these storms basically, and this tornado is now all of a sudden going west. So this is backtracking. It's going to be heading back toward, if it stays on the ground and it doesn't occlude, which it hopefully will occlude, this is going towards N2330 road, just south of Highway 5. It's going to be going towards Hollister. Hollister, you don't have to seek shelter yet, but if this keeps going westbound and stays strong, you're going to have to go back to your storm shelter or basement. Hopefully, again, most cases, tornadoes have occluded this way, but we know with how strong this tornado is, you know, anything is possible at this point. And also, this could recycle, for the record. We could get something down here, down the road, with another tornado developing. I'll have another velocity scan in a minute, but again, this large and strong tornado is now going west in the latest scan. But anywhere in the pink polygon, you still got to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We'll have another scan here in a minute. We have a new tornado warning for this activity. I just mentioned it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we got a new rotation area down here, so we have now possibly 2 tornadoes that are going to be in progress here. We got one just south of that going towards Grandfield and Duval, and then the other one going westbound. This one's going east, by the way, down here. This area rotation is currently going east. This one's currently backtracking west. Again, very weird things, but this one's going to the southeast right now. This, again, radar indicated rotation on the south side warning. The one that's back over east and northeast of Hollister is still on the ground, producing a large and strong tornado. Again, if you're in either of these warnings, you've got to get to your safe place, you've got to get away from windows, and you've got to go to the lowest floor possible. That could drop a tornado near Grandfield at any time. This storm is likely occluding, but it is still going backwards. It is still going west. It is going to be heading towards the kind of just northeast of Hollister here. I'm going to zoom in again. A couple of homes, it looks like, here near E1825 Road. I mean, hopefully if anybody's in this area, hopefully they, you know, have something left to be in. Because, I mean, this tornado is legitimately going back where it just came from. It's like going for a round 2 right now. It's a little bit north of the initial track, but still. I mean, once again, this is what you call a drunk tornado. I mean, it's unbelievable. All right. Once again, we got rotation developing. on the southern storm. I'm trying to verify that a little bit. That rotation's been intensifying over the last few minutes. That has at least a wall cloud or funnel cloud most likely on that storm. And we still got our tornado in progress, that PDS tornado going west up here. Again, this storm right now is going, or not that, sorry. This one right here. This one's going kind of east, southeast, and southeast right now. But by the looks of it, this one is occluding right now, and this is going to be our new tornado most likely, but still stay in your storm shelter if you're anywhere in that pink polygon, because that still could do some weird stuff. I mean, it's already gone backwards, but, you know, it could go the other way again or something stupid. What's the CC drop? That is the debris signature on radar, which we still have, by the way. That storm up here is still producing debris. So this tornado is going back basically where it just went through, if that makes sense. Again, it might not make sense because this is just really weird. But if this tornado is still on the ground, it is essentially going right through where it just came from. Okay, the latest scan just showed it occlude. We have another tornado likely forming now near Grandfield, and that's going towards a more populated area. That is probably on the ground, by the way. So we have another tornado that is about to drop here. So this is a completely done a recycling stage. The other one went backwards to the west. That has, at this point, more than likely occluded. If it hasn't, it's about to occlude. But continue to stay in your storm shelter if you're anywhere in that pink polygon. If you're in this one near Grandfield, Oklahoma, this one is about to produce a tornado. That is a very strong couplet. More than likely, this is on the ground. That, I believe, is on the ground. I think we have a CC drop there. It's very close. If not, it's about to be on the ground. That is, again, northwest of Grandfield, and that's heading towards Grandfield, Oklahoma, which is more populated. So this is the next area in the track of this. Yeah, this is not a PDS tornado, just for reference. It's still radar indicated, but it could go PDS at this point. I mean, if it intensifies like this one did, it almost undoubtedly will. But that is your hook echo on the southern side of the storm. That's going to be going towards Grandfield and Duvall, Oklahoma. Which, for the record, this includes a population of 845 people, so it's not super duper populated. Burke Burnett, I would stay vigilant. Randlet, Interstate 44, Walters, and Geronimo, again, Oklahoma. Stay vigilant, because these storms will be in those areas probably at some point here pretty soon. Yeah, we got some drunk tornadoes here in Oklahoma today. I mean, this is I believe the third different tornado that has gone backwards like that, just for the record. That's done a complete U-turn or spiral or whatever. All right, here's the other storm. This might be on the ground near Grandfield. Yeah, that's a little CC drop. So we do at least have a tornado on the ground here near Loveland. So this is another tornado that has just dropped. More than likely. I mean, that's a pretty clear CC drop, though. Just a small... It's not nearly as big as the last one, but that is a CC drop. So we got another tornado on the ground there. The other one just occluded on the PDS tornado, but the other one there near Greenfield has, again, just dropped. So we got a new tornado on the ground. That's a different one. And for the record, if you are in that pink polygon to the north, I would continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, whatever it is, because debris could be flying in the atmosphere right now, and it could land, you know, within the next few minutes with how strong that tornado was. And for those that are wondering, I'm going to go quickly through a 21 loop frame here so you can see what just happened. There's your large tornado. I'm going to track it out. That is what just happened. What I just drew is the tornado, approximately. I might have started here, but like that's approximately what just happened, just for reference. So the tornado did a complete U-turn. Again, you might not ever see that. I mean, you might see it again, but I mean, you might never see that again here. It's just, that's just insane. Thank you, Tay. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Again, we got another tornado on the ground right here near Loveland. So this one is going to be going southeast towards Grandfield. And that is a tornado in progress, moving southeast. Again, the PDS tornado has at this point occluded, but it could still have debris in the atmosphere. Is it still on the ground? The one on the north side, I believe, is lifted. But this one is definitely on the ground. This one that we're looking at here, this is definitely still on the ground. There's a CC drop and everything. This should go confirmed is my guess, but that is a tornado on the ground near Grandfield. So we have a tornado on the ground here. I'm going to go ahead and set on the alarm. We're going to take off PDS for the time being. This is, again...
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this is the one southeast of Loveland. Let me go back to this screen for the second, but this is the one near Loveland and Grandfield. So again, that's a tornado on the ground. Moving southeast, we do have a debris signature there. It's not nearly as large as the last one, but again, it could grow in size. It could do something, you know, funky here as it moves down to the southeast towards Duval and Grandfield. So once again, if you are in the pink polygon in either one, you've got to continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, or closet, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This one might also be occluding because the rotation did weaken here on the latest scan. We'll see what the CC looks like. And this is currently moving southeast right now. Also, this one is rain wrapped, so another rain wrapped tornado here. This is a anticyclonic tornado. I mean, this is the weirdest day I think we've ever had. This is now an anticyclonic tornado. I wasn't even paying attention to that aspect of it. So what that means is that this is going clockwise, which only 2% of tornadoes do that usually in the United States. So if this couldn't get any weirder, this is going clockwise. I don't even know. I don't know if I can process all this. This is just the weirdest and wackiest last hour of coverage I think I've ever had. I mean, this is just... It's... I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is just so weird. I mean, this stuff is possible. It's very, you know, uncommon. Now, this tornado near Hollister, again, if you're just tuning in, this is our PDS tornado. It started here. I'll do a quick track of this real quick, just for those that are, again, just tuning in here. And this was a PDS tornado, a large and destructive tornado that was on the ground. This was probably a very strong tornado, by the way. That was its track. It did a U-turn. We had something like this earlier, but it was not that strong. This tornado that just developed down here is anticyclonic, which is clockwise, which is only about 2% of tornadoes do that. So we are witnessing a lot of historic events here in Oklahoma right now that are just, I mean, the first one was just insane. And then this one's, I mean, not super historic, but weird. I am bamboozled at this point. And this tornado, by the way, is still on the ground. More than likely it's still on the ground. I'll see what the CC drop is here. What in the world?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What is happening here? We got another tornado warning for Hollister and Frederick, just south of Frederick. We have a pyramid basically right now of tornado warnings. I'm guessing this is the rotation that's going right over the radar site right over the radar site right now. So if you're in this tornado warning, this is going to be going into Texas, by the way, just north of Electra. You've got to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. So, for those that need a little bit of clarification here, all right, because I know this is extremely confusing. We had a PDS tornado. That was a particularly dangerous situation. It was a large tornado. That is likely lifted at this point. I don't see a reason why this... I mean, this is lifted. We have a tornado on the ground now northwest of Grandfield, and we have also a new tornado warning behind this for more storm activity. So, still a lot happening here. So once again, if you're in either of these tornado warnings, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So again, it's very weird. I'm going to zoom back in here in just a second. I just got to do this real quick. All right. So this is the tornado that is more than likely still on the ground at least. That is, again, an anticyclonic tornado. Yeah, that's a tornado. This might go PDS, actually, if this continues. This is an anticyclonic tornado. The warning hasn't been updated, but that is a tornado that is on the ground. It looks like we have a debris signature now on radar going towards Grandfield. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows. Yeah, that's a strong tornado, guys. We got another strong tornado developing, and this one again is it's anticyclonic. It's going clockwise. This warning's gonna have to get upgraded. I think that's again a strong couplet. We got a debris signature popping up on radar. So once again, a tornado on the ground just northwest of Grandfield, Oklahoma. Got to seek shelter if you're in this warning away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building. Our other rotation is near Frederick on the south side, by the way. It could even be over the radar site too. But once again, we got another tornado on the ground right now, just southeast of Loveland, Oklahoma, going towards Grandfield. And this could also be a potentially strong and or large tornado moving southeast. I'm guessing they're going to update some of these warnings here in a second. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, any photos, videos, anything like that, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is going to be another strong tornado heading towards Grandfield. If you're in Grandfield, you've got to run to your safe place. We got a potentially another strong tornado on the ground going towards Grandfield, Oklahoma. This is a dangerous storm right now, moving down to the southeast. Again, this is anticyclonic. That only happens in 2% of tornadoes that ever happen in the United States. It's a very small number. So what you are witnessing right now is not common at all. It's very uncommon with this particular storm. And this is moving southeast. We got another tornado on the ground. That's a large debris ball that's popping up now on radar. I'm guessing this is going to get upgraded. You also can see that on reflectivity. We're going towards Grandfield and Duval. If you're in either of those two spots, you've got to run to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is once again a potentially large, but at least strong tornado that is heading down to the southeast. Now, hopefully it occludes again, but that is not looking good right now for Grandfield. What is so rare? I'm confused. It's anticyclonic, which means it's a clockwise tornado, which only happens in about 2% of tornadoes. The other rare part about this is that it's also strong. Oh yeah, this is again strong. The latest radar scan showing a very strong tightening here near Grandfield. Again, you've got to get to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom if you're in Grandfield, Oklahoma. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is another tornado that's on the ground in southwest Oklahoma. We just had a large and strong tornado that was near Hollister, and this is another one that's on the ground, or at least possibly large and strong. I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but this is at least a strong tornado that is picking up a lot of debris right now on the northwest side of Grandfield, Oklahoma. That right there is a very strong couplet. We got winds going toward and away from the radar in a clockwise sense. What that means is that there is an anticyclonic tornado happening right now. And again, only 2% of tornadoes do that. Most of them are clockwise, or sorry, counterclockwise, which is cyclonic is what they call it. So again, this is, rare. I don't know if they've ever issued a PDS for an anticyclonic. I'm guessing they have, but like, I just don't know the history behind that. And I'm retweeting another photo of this tornado that is on the ground. That is, again, an anticyclonic tornado that is moving right now southeast. It's just so strange. I mean, we don't have an update on this warning for some reason, but that, again, this is definitely confirmed. Oh, now we do. This is another PDS tornado that is going towards Grandfield. Again, brand new PDS tornado.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So once again, large and strong tornado is heading towards Grandfield right now. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is heading towards Grandfield and Duval. This is an anticyclonic PDS tornado, which I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Nonetheless, this is a large tornado and a strong tornado heading towards Grandfield. If you are in Grandfield, you've got to run to your safe place now. This is a dangerous tornado that's heading down to the southeast. That CC drop is growing in size exponentially right now, so we got a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere here. This is moving down to the southeast, going towards Grandfield. So once again, you've got to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's again going towards Grandfield right now in Oklahoma. I'll see if we have any other updates on this. Again, if you're in Grandfield, you've got to get to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. They've just issued a tornado watch, by the way, which does now include, I believe, Wichita Falls. So they just issued it. Yeah, here you go. So this is a small tornado watch that was just issued because of this ongoing threat, which again does include parts of north central Texas and as well as southwest Oklahoma. Once again, this is an area where we have had now 2 PDS tornadoes, which are large and strong tornadoes. And we have another one on the ground right now going towards the Grandfield area. But they've gone ahead and issued now a tornado watch for the next hour and a half for this entire region because of this threat that has been developing here with multiple different handoffs with these different storms. Did I say a different direction? I meant to say southeast or south if I said something else. But yeah, this is going right now southeast, kind of going south more than anything. It's going to be heading right into Grandfield, though. But yeah, you've got to seek shelter if you're in Grandfield. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is your debris signature. Again, that is a lot of debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere on the northwest side of Grandfield and just south of Loveland, Oklahoma. Once again, that is more than likely some sort of trees, possibly even barns, or possibly buildings that are currently being damaged by this tornado moving down to the southeast. And once again, that is the velocity signature. So that is our tornado that is on the ground. And we may have something developing up here as well, near Loveland. Maybe not. Maybe we do. We might have a little bit of rotation developing there as well. So heads up there. There might be more. We might get another tornado on the back side of this, which we'll have to watch for very closely. Has a storm moved? And this storm has been moving. I mean, it's just not moving very far. Again, there's really no motion today with these storms. So, like, these storms are moving very slowly. And that's your debris signature. So that's all the debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. Let me zoom in here. This is right on the N2370 road and E1910 road. Just on the northwest side right now of Grandfield. So once again, if you are anywhere in this pink polygon, you've got to get to your storm shelter basement immediately. You know, just get to the lowest floor possible. You know, if you have a mattress or something like that, a helmet, you know, get those immediately if you're in Grandfield, just in case it heads in your area. Again, it could also turn the other direction. We also have possibly rotation developing here. I'm not entirely sure. We got to investigate that. It looks like we have rotation now on the other side of this. So, we could get twins. I mean, I'm not ruling that out at this point. I mean, this has just been so wacky, but that's another area of rotation now on the other side. That's trying to develop at least. This is the confirmed one on the left. So this is your tornado, which is again heading southbound. And then on the other side of this warning, we got another area. We just got a new tornado warning as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I've never seen something this wild in my life on radar. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is very, very, very strange. I mean, we have another tornado warning. That is for this area of rotation that's trying to develop near Loveland. We got our PDS large and strong tornado northwest of Grandfield moving south. That's Grandfield, Oklahoma. And we got another back-end rotation here. I think we have rotation up here too. Possibly, or actually, I think the radar just updated. So we don't see it on radar, but there's a hook right here. We might have rotation there. I don't see it on the velocities. That's what that's warned for. So yeah, there's your hook. So once again, we have a tornado on the ground. We have two other areas of rotation. The large tornado again is northwest of Grandfield. Let me go to the last 7 frames here. Actually, we just got a new radar scan. Let's jump ahead here. All right, this tornado looks like it may be occluding. So we may still have a tornado here, but it's not nearly at least looking as strong. We have another area of rotation developing here. We have a possible area of rotation developing near Loveland. It's moving southbound. This is moving south. This is also developing, kind of just spinning in place right here. So that's what we have right now on these storms, all right? Let's go back to the correlation coefficient once again. So again, debris still being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is just north of Route 70 near E1910. Just northwest of Grandfield. But this is your tornado that is still in progress. Again, right here northwest of Grandfield. That is what's the PDS tornado. That is the particularly dangerous situation that is currently ongoing here near Grandfield, all right? And then this is our other pocket of rotation that is now developing on the other side of this particular, tornado. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. And again, we're in southwest Oklahoma right now. Again, we've had now 2 different large tornadoes. This one's the second one. We could have another one developing here north of Grandfield, though. And we got another one possibly near Loveland. So we got multiple different storms right now rotating. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to relay any reports that we get. I'm not sure what exactly to report at this point, other than that we have an anticyclonic tornado that's on the ground near Grandfield. And then we also have that cyclonic, a more normal tornado that's trying to develop on the other side. So we might have twin tornadoes once again that are developing here, which again is not something that you see that often. And yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at right now on radar. Again, this is one of the wackiest weather presentation or weather radar presentations I've ever seen. But yeah, again, very serious situation here near Grandfield. We got a large tornado northwest of Grandfield, and we may have another one developing just north of Grandfield. And then we still have rotation back up near Loveland, which we'll see if that's really developing in the next radar scan, which should come out here in just a second. Yeah, cyclonic and anticyclonic. Again, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, anticyclonic is a clockwise tornado, which is not common, and then cyclonic would be counterclockwise, which is the most common, which is like 98% of tornadoes in the United States. So, yeah, we're looking at some weird stuff here. We still got that debris signature there as of 3 minutes ago. We should have another radar scan in a second. It's not even Wacky Weather Wednesday. It's about to be Wacky Weather Wednesday. We're only an hour and a half from that. I mean, we're seeing some very wacky weather here. We're just waiting on that next radar scan here. See what we got here in a minute. I'm gonna zoom out again here a little bit. So again, if you're just tuning in, I'm gonna zoom out so you got an idea where we're at. So again, we're in southwest Oklahoma. Sorry I didn't zoom out before, but we got a lot of stuff happening. So once again, we got 3 tornado warnings all in the same area. The the Storm Prediction Center has gone ahead and issued a new tornado watch for north central Texas, including Wichita Falls, which is that Wichita County, as well as Clay County, so Henrietta in Texas. And we have 3 other counties, I believe, maybe 4, that are included here in southwest Oklahoma due to this threat. Now, the tornado watch goes for about an hour and a half. So it goes until midnight. But they've gone ahead and issued that because of these storms that are ongoing right now that are trying to produce tornadoes. All right, we have an update finally. So this is the latest radar scan. The cyclonic rotation is weakened. The anticyclonic rotation, that large tornado that was on the ground, that is heading towards Grandfield. We still have a tornado in progress on the northwest side of Grandfield. So the northwest side of the town, you've definitely got to make sure you're in your safe place, because that is exactly where this tornado is going to be in the area of. It's on the northwest side near E1910. Again, that is currently tracking still to the south, but it could impact the west side of Grandfield, Oklahoma. Also, we have another strong area of rotation developing back over near Hollister, and that's this. We could get another tornado here with this storm as it moves down to the south. All right, so that's what's happening on this right now. Moving, again, going to the south, this particular storm. And it's very weird. I know this is not super typical, but that is what we're going to be watching for next, which is why they issued a different tornado warning for this. So another tornado could be developing there at any time. That rotation's beginning to intensify quite a bit. So that could drop a tornado here in the next few minutes. We've already had one large we've had two large tornadoes now. The first one we had a little bit of photographic evidence over on Twitter of, but this other one near Grandfield, I mean, this one also is large, confirmed by radar. If that tornado is still on the ground, it's now on the west side of Grandfield. Which, again, if you're in the warning, you still need to be in your storm shelter, your closet, your basement, whatever it might be, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Now, if you don't know what a PDS tornado is, it is a particularly dangerous situation. All right, that's what that means. So, again, it's a very dangerous situation where you got to go to your storm shelter. It's a large and extremely dangerous tornado, which at this time, it's not nearly as large as before, but it is still a tornado that is in progress. That is going to be moving towards Grandfield, and that could also redevelop at any time. What, you want me to do a whole loop? Well, we got a second. Let me real quickly just outline. So if you're just tuning in real quickly, again, another area of rotation near Hollister. You've got to seek shelter in Hollister, Oklahoma, and also going southbound here. You've got to seek shelter anywhere out in front of this. Really anywhere in the pink polygons, you should be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. And then we also have a rotation here. That is your confirmed tornado still near Grandfield. And then another one that might be developing down here. So I'll have to watch that closely. Here's a quick loop of what we've been seeing here over the last little while. So this is the first tornado that we had, which took a U-turn. I mean, again, crazy stuff there. That was one of the strongest tornadoes I've seen on radar. And then this one has been going south, and we got another one perhaps developing here. So we got three different ones, basically, that have, or at least two that have developed, and the other one, you know, that's moving south. And once this is all done with, I will do a full loop through this, just so everybody sees it more clearly. I'm not going to do it right now, but because we still have possibly more tornadoes coming. So I don't want to do a whole loop right now. All right, let's see here. We might have another tornado here. Again, that's the next one that we're watching for near Hollister. And that could be on the ground. Again, that's near Hollister. That could go on the ground at any time. That tornado right now is on track to go south. So that's going south-southwest. And then the other tornado that's near Grandfield, there's still a debris signature, but it's not nearly as defined. I do believe that tornado is weakening, but if it is still on the ground, it's on the west side of Grandfield, Oklahoma. So that is still ongoing there. This is our next concern, though, I think, will be this storm that's moving down to the south. And then we'll still have to watch for more redevelopment with this area, because this is still prominent. And then also over here, we'll have to watch, too. But we got a few different areas that we got to watch for here in this cluster of storms that are currently tornado warned. And again, we still got our PDS tornado warning here for Grandfield and Duvall, Oklahoma. And then we also have a couple here that are near Hollister, Loveland, and eventually going into north central Texas. It's moving so slow. Yeah, these storms are slow moving today. There isn't a whole lot of storm motion. They're moving southeast or south at 10 miles per hour. So they're not fast at all. See if we have anything else on these storms on Twitter here. All right, I'm not seeing any other reports. If you guys do see anything, any reports, just at me on Twitter, at Max Velocity WX. I'll try to relay any reports that we get. The only good news that I can really give you right now is that these storms are going through very rural areas, luckily, and it's, we don't have huge cities here, but, the bad news is we've had now 2 different large tornadoes that were strong, and we could get another one here at any time as this activity continues to develop, which is really the next big concern, because, again, these storms have been they've been basically doing handoffs here where we keep getting more and more tornadoes in different areas. So that's the next concern, is as these continue to develop, we could get that again as they, continue to move slowly to the south and southeast. But again, this is in southwest Oklahoma if you're just tuning in. We do have storms in northern Oklahoma. Those are not right now a tornado concern. They are still producing significant damaging winds and hail. So you definitely want to make sure you're still staying vigilant up there if you are back up in northern Oklahoma, as there are still, again, concerning storms up that direction that are producing significant hail, and as well as the threat for significant damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour still remains a possibility. All right. And once again, there is a tornado watch now in this area. It's a very small area. It goes for like 90 minutes. But this is now... They put a tornado watch out because of just what's happening. It's, again, crazy. Yeah, I think that Grandfield storm did occlude. So I think that tornado has occluded for now. But I would still stay in your storm shelter if you're in any of these 3 tornado warnings, or wherever your safe place is, your shelter spot. If you're in a mobile home, you need to go to a sturdy structure, in those warnings. Or go into a ditch. I mean, mobile homes are just not safe in these sort of storms. But if you're out in front of this area, I would recommend, just if you're out in front of these tornado warnings, I would recommend knowing where that sturdy structure is that you can go to that's not a mobile home, in case there is a tornado warning down the road, or there's just damaging winds in general, because this is still going to likely be a concern as these storms continue to move down to the south and east. And again, Wichita Falls, you're going to kind of be in the track probably of some of the storm activity, and maybe even Henrietta here in Texas, and then again near Duncan, which I think Duncan, you probably won't get the brunt of this, but I would still stay very vigilant in case it does try to take an easterly path. Once again, these storms have gone south, they've gone east, they've gone north today, they've gone all sorts of different directions. So the slowness of the storms is not really related to the tornadoes themselves. It's more related to the fact that this is just, there's no storm motion down here. The winds aloft and stuff, they're just so weak. Like, these storms are not going to move. You need something pushing these storms. There's nothing really pushing them. And that's why all these storms, and that's why we have a bunch of flash flood warnings, by the way. All these storms are moving so slowly. All right, new area of development that I'd be watching is going to be this area near Duval in Randlet. And we're still watching for development back behind that in this area. We had some development back over near Hollister. It's kind of gone away, but that would be our next area too. So we got 2 different areas here that we are both watching for the potential for a new development for a tornado. Even though neither of these currently have anything confirmed, they could develop into something down the road. So those are the next 2 areas to watch for. We've had multiple situations here where they recycle. That could happen here at any time as they continue to evolve and move south and southeast. We also have damaging wind potential as high as 70 miles per hour out of the core of these wind cores here. So keep that in mind. Kind of looks like a bird. Yeah, this is just, again, I mean, if you're just tuning in, you haven't already watched all the stuff that's been evolving here. I mean, it's crazy. As I mentioned before, this is undoubtedly the craziest tornado warnings that I've ever covered, and the weirdest. We've had multiple handoffs here. We've had an anticyclonic tornado that was PDS. We had a another large tornado that did a quick U-turn. I mean, there's been a lot of that stuff here. Wow. There's a photo of the tornado on Twitter that I'm going to retweet at Max Velocity WX. It was quite the large tornado. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Our velocities are going to update here in a second. We'll see if there's anything intensifying here. Oh my god. Storm Chaser Nick is so funny. He posted a tower of, what's it called? The Twilight Zone guy. In this episode, I mean, that's literally what this is. It's literally the Twilight right now. That's literally what this is. It's literally the Twilight Zone where we have an anticyclonic and a cyclonic tornado basically happening at the same time, and Just weird stuff. All right, that new area of rotation is beginning to intensify. That's going towards Randlet, Oklahoma. So we gotta watch this area now next. And as right now moving east-southeast, that is our next area to watch for. Yeah, we have a lot of photos on our Twitter page of this stuff. And once again, if you're just tuning in, this is in north central Texas and southwest Oklahoma. We had 2 large tornadoes. We have a new flash flood warning as well because of how slow these storms are. But this is the next area of rotation to watch. If you're in Randlet, Temple, Hastings, I would stay very vigilant here. This storm will be moving down to the southeast over the next several minutes. And actually, it might even just drop straight down south. I mean, it will go southeast or south basically at this point on this area of rotation. Tornado the second highest. Is that it? I don't know. I don't know the history behind that, but I mean that again, that area of rotation was just, you know, immensely strong. It was insane. It was the strong. I think that was one of the strongest gate-to-gate shears I've ever seen on radar. Personally, I mean that was, and it was in a very rural area, a lot of farms and stuff. Which hopefully, you know, there weren't anybody. You know, hopefully those people at those farms just weren't there. But like, you know, that was where that happened. It happened in areas where there's farms and stuff. That first tornado. The second tornado near Grandfield may have hit a few homes. I'm not 100% sure though. Again, this is not a confirmed tornado here yet, but this would be our next area of circulation that we are watching for, that is developing. It's gonna be going towards Randlet, and then that's really the main area. I mean, we got maybe a little bit behind that. There you go. That's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning on this. It's going to be the one north of Duval. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. If a tornado does develop out of this, it is probably going to be large and strong. All right, that's how it's gone so far. The rotation right now, or like the velocities are pretty strong, even though it's not a tornado. So that's what we're looking at right now here across parts of even north central Texas near Burke Burnett. That's north of Wichita Falls, by the way, and as well as near Randlet, Oklahoma. All right. So once again, this is our new tornado warning. We got 4 right now all on the line here, but the main area right now is this. I don't see a whole lot behind it right now. Continue to stay in your safe place, though, if you're in those pink polygons until the warnings have officially been lifted. Because we could still see something happen there. Just, you know, with this environment, it's very possible. But that is our new area of circulation, which the reflectivity hasn't updated, but that's the area that we're looking at. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is in southwest Oklahoma. Yeah, if you're still wondering what yeah, this rotation's intensifying. If you're still wondering what anticyclonic is, again, that is a tornado that is spinning clockwise, which again is only about 2% approximately of tornadoes that do that. All right, this one is going to be typical. This is a cyclonic counterclockwise tornado here, north of Duval, that is trying to develop. That rotation has intensified a little bit on the latest scan. This rotation's kind of sitting in place right now, trying to develop. And that'll eventually move towards Randlet over the next few minutes, and eventually towards Burke Burnett. So once again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. If you know any friends or family, by the way, in this area, I would make sure that they're awake and staying vigilant, because this is, again, a pretty dangerous event that's been happening over the last several minutes. Like, we got a serious storm system that's been going on here for a little bit now that is producing some significant threats here for tornadoes. We've already had 2 large tornadoes, and more of those could happen here soon. It's not being ruled out at this point, you know, with what we've seen already so far today, or tonight, I should say. By the way, right side of your screen, we're putting up the Quanah, Texas camera. You probably won't see much with this other than the lightning. But at least we'll give you an idea of, you know, the idea of where these storms are. Because, again, this is just east of Quanah, Texas. It's going to be going again towards Wichita Falls here relatively soon. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. Again, if a tornado drops, it's going to be north of Duval and near Randlet, Oklahoma. Again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. If you are in any of these pink polygons, including this one, near Randlet and Duval, or we could get another tornado with that. And that right there is your rotation as of 3 minutes ago. We should get another scan here in a second. Is anybody right now in Randlet, by the way? I don't know how populated Randlet, Oklahoma is. Let me find the number here. $10,000 people live in this warning. That is not good. This is, I mean, this is 10 times what we've been talking about in the other warnings. That includes Burke Burnett, for the record, too, in Texas. I really hope this does not drop. I'm praying to God that this does not drop. I mean, this is, we've already had multiple tornadoes here, but, you know, hopefully this one just doesn't happen. This is 10 times more than we've been talking about the last several minutes. Well, this latest scan did broaden it out here, so let's hope. A lot more people that live in this area than the other two warnings. And for those that are just tuning in, haven't already heard, again, we have had now 2 large tornadoes out of this activity that has been very much stationary, if not very slowly moving to the south and east. Those 2 large tornadoes, one of them happened near Hollister, just east of Hollister, and some farmland north of Loveland. If you know anybody in this particular area, give them a call or text and make sure they're all right, because again, we had a large tornado there. And then back over on the northwest side of Grandfield, we had another large tornado there. That PDF's tornado warning is still ongoing. I'm guessing that's not, you know, on the ground anymore at this point. But continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom in these warnings until the warnings have officially been lifted. Because we are still watching for the threat of tornadoes. And it looks like we got another pocket of rotation here south of Hollister that is developing. So that is unrelated to the other storms to the east at this point. This is going to be its kind of own separate area here. But there's another pocket of rotation there, southeast of Frederick, Oklahoma. That is going to be moving eventually towards Grandfield, or possibly southbound towards Electra. It's a little bit hard to tell at this point. It's probably going to go more south than anything, maybe south-southeast. That'll be the next area in the track of this. So once again, if you're in this tornado warning, any of these tornado warnings, just continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, whatever it might be, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So get yourself away from any windows. As many walls between you as the outside as possible is what you want to be doing right now. If you're in any of these tornado warnings, this has been a dangerous situation for a little over an hour and a half, I believe now. And unfortunately, you know, we still have a chance here maybe for 1 or 2 more of those type of tornadoes if these storms are able to recycle, which they've done multiple times here. Once again, this is primarily here across north central Texas and southwest Oklahoma. This is the area that we're talking about. And we have a tornado watch that they issued for a very small area. One of the smaller tornado watches I've, you know, seen, but you know, this is kind of rightfully so. It doesn't have to be really large for this sort of event that's pretty small. Across southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas until midnight tonight. So that'll go for about 60 minutes or so from here. We'll have another radar scan shortly, which looks like we got one. And yeah, that rotation doesn't look nearly as intense back over here near Duval. That has definitely broadened over the last few minutes. Let's hope that continues. And then also the storm over near Hollister. That rotation, I believe, is moving. Yeah, it's moving kind of west now, and that's also still not really strong, but it's definitely something that could still drop a tornado. Once again, that is going to be located there just southeast of Frederick, south of Hollister, Oklahoma. So that's another area that we're watching. So we're watching a couple different areas. This is really the main area we're watching it for, but we could still get a tornado back over on that storm as well. So those are the 2 spots that we're watching. Is this self-educated knowledge or is this actual schooling? I'd say a good chunk of it is self-educated. I mean, a lot of the educational stuff that I've learned is mostly like really like why exact things happen. So why does a tornado go anticyclonic? Like that's something that I've learned, but it's like a mathematical, basis thing. It's not like I can like draw a diagram and show you what exactly. I mean, I could draw you a diagram, but like you know what I mean. It's more mathematical, in a sense. Like there's different equations and stuff like that. Like you guys would not want to even look at that stuff. What's the news for North Oklahoma? Main concern up there at this point is damaging winds and hail. I'm not expecting tornadoes up there, really at all. I would be surprised if we got a tornado out of this activity. It's mostly at this point, it's just damaging winds and hail. It's all outflow driven, so not super concerned about that storm activity. I'm still concerned about this activity. Hopefully it weakens out over the next little while. I mean, so far the recycling stage here has not been as prominent. We're not really getting a whole lot of recycling, at least on the storm north of Burke Burnett. The storm that's back over near Hollister also kind of taking a turn to the west and not really intensifying. Let's just hope that continues. Again, it could change at any time with these storms, and that's why we're gonna continue to stay live through this. But we're looking at right now. Is there a PDS tornado? This is going to expire in a minute. We'll take it off after that. I mean, there isn't technically a PDS tornado, just it's still there. We would take it off if there wasn't one. We have all radar indicated after that. We'll actually take it off now because that's not there. Let's go ahead and change this to that. All right, so this is no longer PDS. It's back down to all radar indicated for the time being. That warning just never got canceled. I don't know why, but who knows. Is this normal activity for Oklahoma? I don't know if we can consider what we just saw normal. What we just saw, I don't know if we can consider that normal. We'll do a quick loop because we don't have any, at least imminent tornadoes here in the next minute or two. I'm going to do a quick loop and show you what just happened. Over the last, we'll go 50 frames here. So this is what just happened, all right? This is the multiple large tornadoes that just happened. This is where our first one began to develop right there. And then it developed right here. And it kind of did a little U-turn. Let me take off the circle. But it did a little U-turn back to the west. And we had another strong tornado develop right here. We had another area of rotation here. And we got another one right here that developed. But those have kind of weakened. But that's what we just saw happen. We had two different tornadoes here. Again, this is what I would call a drunk tornado. It's just literally did a full U-turn. And then this one right here, again, developed. We almost had another tornado on the other side of that rotation. We might have actually had one. It's just we didn't get a debris signature. So really crazy what we just saw here on radar. And again, probably one of the craziest weather events that I've ever covered here. And I mean, we're not technically done yet, but rotation, luckily for the time being, is much broader. But man, just crazy stuff. Again, we'll continue to stay live for as long as possible. For as long as we need to be live, essentially. Because I mean, if this happens again, we'll obviously be live. I have an exam at 10 a.m. tomorrow, but sleep is irrelevant for something like this. This is just crazy. By the way, huge shout out to Alex with the $100 super chat. I really do appreciate that, Alex. Thank you so much for doing what you can to save lives. Utmost respect. I appreciate that a lot, Alex, and thank you for the super chat. Very generous. Put some hearts in the chat for Alex. Also, thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat. My God, the picture of that wedge near Grandfield was anticyclonic. It's probably the first anticyclonic wedge I've ever heard. I don't know though. I mean, that photo might not be real. The user on Twitter didn't have many followers, so I don't know if it's 100% real. I just retweeted it, just in case. But there's a chance that it's from a past tornado or something like that. But if it is real, that is unbelievable because I've never seen an anticyclonic tornado like that here in the United States. Personally, there may have been one. I don't know, but no. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I didn't even expect this many tornadoes. I think this, out of everything that we've seen today, what we just saw for the last 2 hours, was probably the most unexpected event at this point today. We had a couple of tornadoes. We've had a few tornadoes today. Don't get me wrong. We had like 2 or 3 in Oklahoma earlier before this activity, and then we had a couple in Kansas. And that was about it. We had like 3 in Kansas too. But like at this, I don't think anybody expected. I mean, this really came out of left field. I don't know. I did not expect this whatsoever. I mean, this was not my forecast for today. I mean, I was expecting mostly hail and windstorms. I didn't even expect much to happen down here, but this has gone haywire here in Oklahoma. And I mean, I'll be honest, I was wrong on what was expected here. I don't know if anybody got this right or even expected this. I have no clue, but this was just beyond shocking to me. Have I ever chased or worked with Reed Timmer? I've never chased with him. I do want to chase with him at some point, though, if he ever invites me. But, I mean, we were supposed to work together last year. It just never happened. NATOcast called it. Did it? I didn't look at NATOcast today. NATOcast stuff came out late today. There is reportedly, by the way, a few minutes ago, there was a tornado on the north side of town near Duval. Not sure if this is still on the ground, but the National Weather Service did not upgrade the warning, but there was a tornado on the north side of Duval a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if this is still on the ground. I'm going to just, I mean, this is what the National Weather Service and Norman just said 4 minutes ago. I'm going to go ahead and sound the alarm just in case. In case it's still on the ground.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
I mean, if it was or is still on the ground, it would be right here, and then it would be kind of like sitting in that area just north of Duval. That's if it is still on the ground. I'm not sure if it still is, but this is as of a few minutes ago from the National Weather Service of Norman. They did not upgrade the warning, but that would be where we're talking about, where there would be a suspected tornado still on the ground. It would be near Duval. Again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in these pink polygons. And even though if there might not be a confirmed tornado on the ground with any of this activity, you should still be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Again, in your shelter spot. So, again, you've got to still stay in your safe place just in case any of these storms try dropping tornadoes. Including this one back up here to the northwest, too. We got another little pocket of rotation just to the south of Loveland. So another pocket of rotation there that's developing, moving southeast. By the way, that wedge photo was not the tornado, just an FYI. I figured it wasn't. I didn't check the profile until after retweeting it. I mean, a bunch of people retweeted it already, but that tornado that was on Twitter is not the tornado. That wedge, that one with the no profile picture. I kind of figured it wasn't. I didn't really think of it until after. Somebody did a reverse Google search on it. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we did have a confirmed tornado a few minutes ago north of Duval. That may or may not be still on the ground. Then we're still looking at the one south of Loveland, which that rotation's been trying to develop. I don't see much there now, but that's another area that we're watching for. So we got 2 different tornado warnings, and this is in southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas, just north of Wichita Falls, Texas. Once again, if you're in either of these 2 pink polygons, you've got to continue to stay in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning south of Duncan, and that would be why. Near Comanche, we got strengthening rotation, or at least was strong there for a second. Got another strong pocket of rotation here, just south of Duncan, Oklahoma, near Comanche, going towards Loco. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Once again, this is in southern Oklahoma right now. Moving east-southeast. Radar's behind by, I believe, a scanner too. There you go. So that's the area of rotation. It's just south of Duncan, Oklahoma. Yeah, if you're in this warning, you've got to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We'll be watching that one too. Again, this is the area that we're looking at now. We got 3 different tornado warnings. 3 different ones. Again, frequent radar scans here, so that's helpful. Again, I'm not seeing a whole lot near Loveland, but again, continue to stay in your safe place. It's 7 more minutes on that warning. Got tornado warning for 22 more minutes near Duval. I'm going to go back to radar indicated because I don't think this is still on the ground near Duval. And then the storm that's back near Comanche. This is another area of rotation that's just newly developed south of Duncan, Oklahoma. This is going to be moving a little bit quicker than the other storms. It's going to be moving towards Loco over the next few minutes. It's moving east at about 20 miles per hour. For reference, the other storms are moving at like 5 to 15 miles per hour. And that'll be going eventually towards Ringling, Cornish, the Hilton area, Wilson, Lone Grove, Ardmore would be long-term track of that if it holds together. So that'll be what we're watching for here over the next several minutes. EMS radio confirmed Grandfield was hit. It's so unfortunate. I mean, I hope it did not hit the downtown area because that's where it looked like a lot of people lived. But, I mean, again, that's just really unfortunate if it was. Hopefully it wasn't directly hit. Really hope it was only on the northwest side or, like, you know, very small area there. Obviously hope none of it was hit, but by the sounds of it, it was at least hit to some point. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. I'll have velocities update here in a second. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are talking about a significant tornado event that just took place and is still technically taking place here in southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas, where multiple tornadoes have touched down over the last little while. We've had multiple large tornadoes. We still have 3 tornado warnings that are currently ongoing here across southwest Oklahoma and north central Texas. We've got a strong couplet just south of Duncan. We got some rotation still over near Interstate 44 north of Burke Burnett. Nothing that I see imminent, but we'll keep a close eye on that. And then anything else basically to the west does not look super concerning right now, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on that activity. And then again, the one near Comanche has intensified here over the last couple of minutes. We may have a tornado with that. I can't confirm it yet, but that will be in the next area to watch for it be near Comanche. That's not going to give us a view. So we basically got the Frederick radar site, which does show a stronger pocket of rotation just northeast of Comanche, just south of Duncan, Oklahoma. That is where I'll be watching for the potential for a tornado. It's going to be moving east, southeast, and southeast over the next several minutes. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and the lowest floor possible. I just know the people at the National Weather Service are tired. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody is. I think any meteorologist that covers, you know, these areas or, you know, and just in general, I think everybody's tired. I think everybody's exhausted. There's been a, you know, serious amount of people that have, you know, just been a part of this entire outbreak. Now, seriously, I give credit to everybody. Like, anybody that's gone live the last few days on YouTube, it doesn't matter who it is. I mean, like, anybody that's been doing weather coverage, anybody that's been, you know, at the National Weather Service, Storm Prediction Center, whoever it might be. I mean, like, seriously, the entire weather enterprise. Like, it's incredible how many people are helping to make people stay weather aware through these events. And like a day like today, I mean, this was completely unexpected in southwest Oklahoma, what we've been watching here over the last little while. But this is another reason why, you know, we're in the spring. You know, this isn't like the winter or something. Like, this is the spring where peak of severe weather season is, and a lot more people are paying attention to weather now than usual. So, you know, it's been a big event over the last, you know, week or so, and really over the last several weeks. We've had multiple big events here across the United States, but huge credit, I mean, to everybody. And I'm talking like literally everybody. like that's been a part of this. Any storm chasers, any other weather coverage channels here on YouTube, including Ryan Hall, I mean, even Everett Freiberger, who's been on the horizon too. I mean, there's a bunch of them. Like, every single one of them have done a super important part here over the last several weeks, months, years, whatever it might be, that, you know, with these storms. And the last week, I would say, has been the most exhausting for everybody. You know, this has personally for me been the most we've ever gone live, I think, in a week. And I have final exams, by the way, that have been ongoing for the last like 5 days. So, you know, it's a huge commitment there. But I'm just throwing it out there, like, you know, anybody that's gone live, anybody that's, you know, in the weather space, Storm Prediction Center, National Weather Service, whatever it might be, huge props to everybody. Because, I mean, this is such a hard thing to forecast. Severe weather in general, it's extremely difficult to forecast stuff like this. And this is why today, this is just kind of unexpected. Again, I don't think really anybody expected this. They've gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning to cover this entire area from Frederick back through Duncan and the Waurika area. Yeah, this is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, half-dollar size hail, and there is a tornado possible label on this as well. So they may replace this with at least the tornado warning back out here to the west. I don't think this will continue. This tornado warning at least will continue for now for Burke Burnett. Still watching some broader areas of circulation. And then the one near Duncan doesn't look super impressive right now, but we could still get a tornado on that as it continues to move to the southeast over the next several minutes. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we'll be doing severe weather coverage, obviously a ton during the spring, and you know, the plan is, I don't know if we're going live yet tomorrow, but if we do go live, we'll try to go live at some point. Just not sure when that'll be. Tomorrow's event's gonna be probably pretty short-lived. I don't think it's gonna be super big. I think tomorrow will be not nearly as concerning as today. The storms tomorrow will be pretty rural. I actually want to give serious props to, I mean, I've mentioned a lot of people, but also storm chasers. I think I may have mentioned it, but like, you know, these storm chasers, like a lot of them. I mean, I was talking to Brandon Kopic a little bit too. Like, you know, these storm chasers during this time of the year, they are out there like 24/7 in the fields. And Brandon Kopic helped in Sulphur the other day with, you know, helping search and rescue and stuff. And it's a big deal. Like, a lot of these people are out there 24/7 during severe weather season. They barely ever see their families. And again, huge props to any of those people that are involved in doing that sort of stuff. And I know a lot of people think storm chasers are just out there for the content or whatever. They're not. I mean, and a lot of them are not there just for the content. A lot of them are there for, you know, helping people out. It's an actual mission, a lot of this stuff, at least for a lot of people. I think that might have just been a CC error. And the area of rotation that we're looking at right now would be right here, just east of Comanche. And that is going down to the southeast. Let's see if we have any other updates here from the National Weather Service. Also, the storm that's in northern Oklahoma near Garber and Hunter and Breckenridge, that's currently producing tennis ball-sized hail. So just heads up there. Don't see anything else as of right now, though, for new reports. What is a couplet? It's basically when we have a strong area of rotation that's tight, or it can be anything in general. I mean, this is technically a couplet where we have outbound and inbound winds. This would be kind of a couplet. Now, it's not a very strong couplet. It's not really even a couplet yet, but you know, if it tightened and intensified, that would be a couplet. Usually those produce tornadoes. So that's basically what we're looking at here. And I mean, we have examples from earlier that I could show you, but since there are still warnings ongoing, we're going to hold off on the history of these storms for a little bit. But that storm, again, south of Duncan has a hook, so it could develop into a tornado at any time as it moves to the east-southeast. No, Brian Kopic's amazing, by the way. I mean, I've messaged him and stuff. We've talked before. He's a fantastic person. I think most storm chasers are. You know, you saw Connor the other day. I mean, when there was a tornado that went right through somebody's house, he immediately helped that old lady out. I mean, there's a lot of great storm chasers out there that do the right thing and not just chase the tornado the entire time, you know? All right, this is an update out of Frederick area. OHP is reporting significant damage within the Frederick area. I'm guessing that's the tornado that happened east of Frederick, not in Frederick, but like east of Frederick. So there's significant damage being reported in that area. If you know any friends or family near Grandfield or Hollister, Oklahoma, or even near Chattanooga, you know, make sure that you give them a call or text, make sure they're doing okay. That's where we had the most significant tornadoes tonight. We had 2 large and strong tornadoes within the last couple of hours. So if you know anybody in those areas, again, make sure that you give them a call or text and make sure they're okay, because again, we had 2 large tornadoes there. Yeah, Vince Walty's also great. Again, I mean, I give props to like everybody. I don't know everybody in the space. I mean, I know a lot of them now, but like, I don't know everybody. Now, here's the... This is a scan as of 2 minutes ago. I don't think there's much left on this Burke-Burnett storm. Again, stay in your safe place just in case. The storm that's near Comanche, again, does still have some rotation. That's going to be approaching Loco over the next few minutes. So this is the area of circulation that we're looking at. It's going to be going towards Loco, eventually towards the Helton area, Ringling, and Cornish. So if you're in those locations, out in front of Loco and like Helton, Ringling, and Cornish, continue to stay in your safe place. Or in those areas, stay vigilant. If you're in Loco, though, stay in your safe place. Gosh, no, I've actually never met him. I just know, you know, I know Ryan Hall does a great job. I mean, I hate this whole comparison thing with me and him. I've seen people say in chat all the time. I give it less of a crap, honestly. I think it's a stupid comparison. There should be no comparing when it comes to weather coverage. I mean, you know, there's obviously a difference between the coverages, but like, in a general sense of things, you know, I don't think anybody's better. I just think overall, you know, the message needs to be out there about weather. It's plain and simple. I don't think there's any sort of comparison that needs to be needed there. I think the more people that do weather coverage, the better. I think there'll be more. I mean, as long as the people know what they're talking about, I think there's, you know, a lot there. And, you know, again, there's just a lot of people in the weather space that know what they're talking about, and more people that we have in the weather space doing weather coverage, the better. And hopefully we continue to have that number grow. I mean, I only know of a couple in the weather space on YouTube, but that number is definitely going to grow over the next few years for sure. I mean, I've met some meteorologists recently, like, that didn't even know, like, that don't even know about the space on YouTube. Like, some people still don't know about this, you know, even meteorologists, so. Please get mods. I had a mod, but I don't think he's here anymore. It's kind of unfortunate. Sorry. We usually would have a mod, it's just... all 3 mods that I usually have are all busy tonight, so... Trying to slow down the chat as fast as or as much as possible. I don't want to make it member only, but as long as chat behaves, I won't make it member only. New radar scan should be coming in here at any second. Oh, apparently Shoesies is here. Okay, never mind. I only found out about the WX community recently. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not everybody knows about it. A lot of people still don't. I mean, heck, everybody that knows me in real life, like, so many of them don't even know I'm doing this. Like, which, I mean, a lot of them don't track weather, but still. I'll have a new velocity scan here in a second. Am I hiring? No. I'm not hiring, no. I don't even know what I would hire for. I mean, I like doing everything by myself, honestly, other than chat mods and stuff. I am trying to outsource some stuff and whatnot, but I mean, the biggest expense really for us right now is just having storm chasers and stuff. And I'm hoping to grow on that number here over the next few months. And again, we're gonna have a new computer upgrade, new monitors, all that sort of stuff. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff coming. Yeah, if we have a tornado at southeast of Duncan, Oklahoma, going towards Loco, we don't have a velocities update for some reason, but that would be the area to watch for. The Burke-Burnett tornado warning still goes for 9 more minutes. Not really much happening as of right now there, I think. Don't have a velocities update, but I don't really see a whole lot of rotation there right now. But continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in either of these 2 pink polygons for the next several minutes. Am I firing? I don't have anybody to fire. New bed or sheets? No, there's legitimately no bed there. I moved the bed. No, Connorcroft doesn't work for me. It's just a licensing thing. That goes with like any Storm Chaser on any channel. It's just licensing for the most part. I don't know why the velocities aren't updating here. Oh, there you go. Alright, so let's check this out near Burke Burnett. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation here near Burke Burnett. Shuzi, no, it's fine. So east of Comanche, that's really our only rotation. The other one's kind of not really doing much. That's our main area of rotation that we'll be watching. It's still broad, but it's going to be going towards Loco. Hey, Jimmy, appreciate it. What am I gonna do after I graduate? I mean, YouTube's right now the plan, but that could always change. I wouldn't mind being on TV or being on YouTube. I like doing both. They're both honestly enjoyable to me. Got tennis ball sized hail right now happening near Garber, by the way. I mentioned this a little while ago, but that's the hail core. Huge hail core near Garber, Oklahoma, moving southbound. So we still got a massive hail core there that is producing hail, and then we still got our 2 tornado warnings right now down in southwestern Oklahoma. So we'll keep a close eye on this activity. Again, I think this threat might be going down here. Hopefully it is. I think that threat of strong and large tornadoes is hopefully going out the window at this point. But again, we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this just in case something weird and wacky happens here over the next little while. Because you never know. I mean, the weather's been kind of crazy today. Also, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, I'll be keeping you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. Once again, we do have 2 tornado warnings here in southwestern Oklahoma, and north central Texas is included in one for only Burke Burnett right now. And also, I'm retweeting more photos and videos on our Twitter page of a lot of the tornado action that happened earlier here in southwest Oklahoma. No new reports, by the way, on these storms right now. But if there's any, I'll let you know. You still up? I mean, I have 2 finals tomorrow, but the first one's just a broadcast exam, so I'm basically doing what I'm doing now. And then I have one tomorrow night, which is way harder, but my grade is not really going to matter for that, because I already have a good grade in that class. So it's not going to matter too much. I do not stream on other platforms, but we are on TikTok, we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram. We may in the future dual stream to Facebook or TikTok, but I mean, TikTok might not even be around in a few months, so who knows? We'll see. Is that wedge? No, it's not real. That photo that I retweeted initially is not real. I didn't think about, you know, fact checking that, but yeah, that wasn't real. All right, both these areas of rotation seem to be weakening. Very outflow. This is a huge outflow boundary, by the way. You can see it. That outflow boundary is on radar. Got good old outflow boundary. Rotation's been broadening over the last few minutes. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on it. Again, we're going to stay live, so if you are in this area, we're not going anywhere. All right, let me quickly catch up on a few things. Thank you, Chris and Mike, for becoming Velocity members. Also, another flash flood warning, by the way. Also, thank you to Sue for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, KG, for the $5 super chat. Can you please explain how the PDS tornado is stationary and didn't move when you have time? Yeah, I can probably explain it now. Let's make sure the rotation didn't intensify here. It's still relatively broad rotation. Yeah, so I mean, I don't really have to go back and show you, but I'm going to anyways because I kind of feel like it. So this is back when we had that tornado. I have to go back further. All right, let me go back 50 frames here. I actually kind of want to explain this because I know a lot of people are wondering about this. I have to go back further. Okay, 75 frames. Give me a second. I didn't realize how long ago this was. All right, so this tornado. All right, so a couple of things happened here. So one, this tornado happened near Hollister. That's where it kind of began to rotate, and then it developed into a strong and large tornado. Probably the strongest tornado that I've seen on radar, like, ever in my streaming, time here on YouTube. I mean, this is, very strong. When it comes to the velocities, it's very strong. But the thing what happened is that it kept going east, and then all of a sudden it took a little U-turn back to the west. And the reason why that happened is, one, it took a left-hand turn and occluded, but the other reason is because of the reason that, we have like no storm motion today. So these storms are barely moving to begin with. We've had storms going northeast, we've had storms going southeast here in Oklahoma, we've had storms going pure up south. And some of these tornadoes that are developing, they're just, they're not getting pushed anywhere sometimes. So this tornado just kind of decided to go backwards. And then it occluded, which in that case, there wasn't anything to keep it alive there. Kind of killed itself with probably rain cool air or something along those lines. This tornado, it kind of went to the southeast and then just kind of died. I mean, this one didn't really, it didn't really have any sort of like slowing down motion. It just kind of occluded. So I'm guessing that's kind of the reason. Again, I'm just kind of giving an explanation of what I think happened. Again, it might be something different, but that's the general gist of what happened today. I mean, again, a lot of these storms that we have out here right now, a lot of these are still moving very slowly. The outflow boundary has probably sped this stuff up a little bit now, but, that's a factor that has just recently come into play. We didn't really have that before, so that's mainly what's happening right now. Thank you, Ginger, for the $9.99. Appreciate that. I'm glad I could help. No problem at all. Thank you, Jevo, for the $4.99. Should we be worried in Wichita Falls? At this point, I wouldn't be that worried. Just be prepared for damaging winds, and then the tornado threat should stay relatively low at this point. I think these storms are kind of losing their grip right now, so I'm not super duper concerned about that. Also, thank you for your other $4.99s. Thank you, Mary, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Obi, for the $20 super chat earlier. Thank you, Noodle and Cassie, for both becoming members, and as well as George for becoming Velocity members. If I missed any other super chats, I do apologize. There's a lot before. I mean, there's a lot in between the weather coverage, so I do apologize if I missed those. And also, thank you, Steve, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. All right, let me get back to chat here. Have there been any confirmed tornadoes in Oklahoma today? Yeah. We had like 2 or 3 in the last like 2 hours. I mean, there was 2 large ones that just happened. I just showed a minute ago. So yeah, we've had at least, I think we've at least had 4 now today. So 2 of them were just confirmed by radar, or 3. There might have been 3, I can't remember. All right, here's the latest radar scan as of 11:29. We still got a broad area of circulation. It's still not very strong here. And then this activity is just wind now, so still a broad area of circulation. Again, we'll stay alive just in case it tries to do anything funky. And then we still got the storms up to the north that are still producing damaging winds and hail. The tennis ball sized hail warning is gone. It's back down to golf ball sized. So that's the newest warning there. Sulfur be affected? Sulfur will probably get storms, but if you get storms, they won't be tornadic, presumably, in that area. Let's just hope. I mean, I don't think it will be, though. I think you'll be fine. I think the main concern is just the lightning in the proximity, and then, maybe some wind threat there. My hop should sponsor you. I still have Culver's, by the way, that I've literally not even touched. I have not had dinner still. I was gonna have dinner, but then all the PDF's tornado warnings happened, so. Thank you, Caleb, for your very generous $20 super chat. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of the, again, for those that are members of the channel, like, what we're gonna be doing here over the next few months is doing a ton of upgrades to the studio. All that money basically is going for upgrades. So we're gonna get a new computer, new lighting, a bunch of other stuff. So we got big upgrades coming this summer. So I do appreciate, those that are members, and a lot of that stuff will probably be here in the next few weeks. And also, again, southeast of Duncan, still a tornado warning, but at this point, it is broad rotation. And we'll continue to keep a close eye on it in case it does anything funky. Just continue to stay in your storm shelter basement if you're in this warning. Honestly, this is from Zach Hall. I honestly do not disagree with this. I've seen so much about this, it's unbelievable. Am I ending at 8 yet? I forgot I said that. I said I was gonna probably end around 8 today. It's almost midnight now. So I guess we're not ending anytime soon. What's for dinner? I mean, I have Culver's. I'll probably just reheat it, but I don't know if I'm that hungry to eat it. Will tomorrow be worse? Tomorrow, I don't think it'll be worse than today, honestly, but with that being said, I mean, we probably will not be live tomorrow, just for the record. I have, again, a final exam tomorrow evening, but if I can make it out somehow, I'll try to go live for this. It's a very rural area overall. I mean, luckily, this is not impacting as many people as what we just saw today, where it impacted a lot more people. At least it's back over to the west and like the high plains, kind of. Not really high plains, but like the central and southern plains, just kind of more west. So, you know, we will go live probably, if needed, around 7:30 or so, or 8 Central Time. Most of the storms, though, will be probably between like 4 and 9 or so. But if there's anything that still needs to be covered, we'll probably go live. But again, I got a final exam, and then after tomorrow, we're done with finals. So, hallelujah. We'll have coverage pretty much all summer when needed. But I do plan on going on a trip probably in about a week or two. A little golfing trip with family, and I'll probably still have videos and maybe live streams, but I need a vacation, honestly. Like, I think everybody does. Including everybody right now that has been hit by these tornadoes. I think everybody just needs like a week away. It's just been so busy and so active with these storms. It's just been horrendous. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and unfortunately Sulphur, Oklahoma is included in that, but it is only for winds and hail. It's not for a tornado threat. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Sulphur, which was just hit by an EF3 plus tornado the other day. And also Marietta is probably going to be in the track of some of the storm activity too. When do I graduate? I graduate next year. Also, thank you, Glenn, for the $5 super chat. What are my recommendations for becoming a video editor on one of the major storm chasing or severe weather channels on YouTube? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if I have pulled up. I don't. I literally use... You ready for this? I use Movie Maker for everything. Literally. That's the 2014 version, by the way, I think. So, with that said, I mean, I'm not opposed to having a video editor. I just, again, I don't know yet. I don't know if I want a video editor. I'm not sure yet. We had a video editor for a little while, like earlier last year, but I don't know. I plan to leave this region totally. I'm done. You know, I mean, that's what you move to sometimes. When you move to the Great Plains, it's just mayhem. Literally. A lot of the time, at least. Yeah, all 4 seasons. Check the velocity on the storm near Ardmore. I'm not really seeing much here. It's fairly broad rotation on that storm. Yeah, it's not even really rotation. It's pretty weak. I'm not too concerned about that. Yes, Movie Maker. This is like, again, 10 years old. It's the most simplistic video editing tool that I have. This warning, by the way, goes for 9 more minutes. Just an FYI. Even though I don't think it'll produce something, it still goes just southeast of Duncan in Loco, Oklahoma for 9 more minutes. Thank you, Casey, for the $4.99. Can you please explain how you can tell how a strong tornado is looking at different radars? Do you mean like a strong versus weak tornado? If that's what you mean, then, I mean, it's just simply by looking at velocities on radar. What we saw earlier, you know, was very strong winds, like 110 miles per hour versus like 110 or whatever it was. That's a strong tornado in almost any case. Now, if we're looking at something like this, where the velocities which you can measure are like 20, 30 miles per hour versus like 30, this is more than likely going to be something weak, but It highly depends though on situations. Like, you know, we had the Marietta tornado, which we didn't have a great view of the velocities, and it showed like 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that was it. And it ended up being an EF4. So, like, you know, if we're far away from a radar site, we can't really tell. But when we're close to a radar site or within proximity, there's a better shot that we can actually tell what's happening with a tornado. I do use OBS, yes. Also, thank you. I don't know how to say your name. I'm just gonna say Glover, as well as Ginger and Jeremy for becoming Velocity members, and as well as Prey. Appreciate that. And welcome to the Velocities. And no problem, Heather. Yeah, hopefully the weather isn't too wacky tomorrow for Wacky Weather Wednesday. And today was tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. I don't know if we had a whole lot of tossing trampolines, but we probably did with all the storm activity. 100% night. 100%. Yeah, always respect the risk. It doesn't matter what the risk is. You could still see severe weather any given day of the week when there's a risk. And sometimes even when there's not a risk, which technically this area didn't have a single tornado probability, but we end up having 2 PDS tornadoes tonight. Am I worried about sulfur? I'm not really worried, other than the threat for lightning, hail, and wind. There isn't going to be much more beyond that, and the threats are marginal at this point. Tossing Trampoline Tuesday? Yeah, today is Tossing Trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wacky Weather Wednesday, and then Thursday is Tossing Trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday. And then we have Flying Fences Friday as well. We have a name for every day of the week. Those are just the 4 main ones. Mike, I don't think we're going to have another tornado with this. I mean, at this point, the rotation's really broadened out. We got a strong outflow boundary. I don't think we're going to get another tornado here. The only area that I'll be watching is really this, but even then, it's still relatively broad and weak. But this would be what I'm watching for long term, over the next, like, 30 minutes or so, or maybe an hour. That's what I'd be watching for. Wacky Weather Wednesday came early. Yeah, I have to agree with that. Wacky Weather Wednesday came a day early. Probably because leap year or something like that. Max is 87. Yes, I'm 87 years old, guys. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, another one. We got 2 flash flood warnings, or actually, I think we have 3 or 4. We have 4 flash flood warnings. 1 just west of Sulphur. And then we also have a severe threat back up to the north. Let me take off the severe weather overlay here. But we still do have a couple of other severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Oklahoma. And the main concern here, again, is damaging winds and large hail up to the size of golf balls. And everything else up to the north is pretty much done. Illinois at this point, we're just looking at ordinary storms, so nothing concerning there. The main concern still continues, though, across Oklahoma for the next probably hour or 2 in this area. All right. By the way, Shuzi, you're good. I don't know if you're still here, but you're good. You can leave. After tonight, you should change the name to Tornadic Tuesday. I like tossing trampolines more. Thank you, Yankee, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. What flavor circle? It's blue raspberry. By the way, my chat mod Shuzi was apparently a little tipsy tonight, so just an FYI. I think he did fine, but that's what he told me. That was our only chat mod too. We had a chat mod earlier, and then they gave up because our stream went down, so they went to bed. Our other chat mod that's almost always here just wasn't here at all today. And then the only chat mod that I could find for this stream today, which is just somebody I know, he's just like, yeah, I'm tipsy. I'm like, okay, well, hopefully you do fine. Good times. I talked to Evan last night. I mean, again, I respect anybody that, you know, does severe weather coverage. Like, I mean, again, I mentioned this earlier, but like literally, and I'm going to say it again, like anybody that's gone live over the last several days or weeks or whatever it might be, storm chasers, any live coverage people here on YouTube, I mean, huge props to everybody. Because there are so many people, again, in this space that, you know, have made a huge impact on people's lives. Like, we've had really low numbers when it comes to overall fatalities and stuff with a lot of these events recently, with how strong these tornadoes have been. And I think a lot of this, again, just has to do with the fact that we just have so much, you know, advanced warning now. That goes for the Storm Prediction Center, that goes for the National Weather Service, which are probably the two biggest things anyway. But, you know, the people that are communicating this information ahead of time, that includes Ryan Hall, that includes, you know, even Evan Freiberger. I mean, like, basically anybody here on the weather space. It could be Vince Walty, it could be Brandon Kopic, I mean, any single person here. I'm just naming off some of the top ones that I know of off the top of my head. Even, again, Connor Croft, like, all these people, they make a huge difference. I mean, storm chasers are out there for a reason. Because we had tornadoes, you know, over the last few days that were not warned, but were producing tornadoes. We just didn't see much on radar. And that's another thing. You know, the radar sometimes doesn't always pick up on everything that's happening out there. So storm chasers are, again, vital in a lot of these cases, especially in areas where there are radar holes, which, you know, right along the Missouri and Iowa border, that's one of the radar holes. I mean, literally anybody, I'm telling you, I mean, like, I have high respects for anybody that does this stuff. It's, you know, it can be time consuming, but I mean, if you enjoy it like I do and a bunch of other people do, it's so worth it. And, you know, I'm super passionate about this stuff, obviously, and I love doing weather coverage. Also, thank you, Tyson, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. This tornado warning, by the way, will expire officially in 2 minutes. Did he, Misty? I need to see that impression. You gotta send me a clip. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm really curious now. How old is my laptop? I think my CPU is like 6 years old or something, but I got this laptop like 2.5, 3 years ago now. This is rapidly becoming my new retirement hobby. Hey, SoCal, appreciate that. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Yeah, you should be fine, Tinny. Should be fine. I gotta say, though, I think, you know, this particular live stream, not the one that we had before, we've only been live for like 3 hours. I've got to say, this last 3 hours that we've had on this stream is probably the craziest 3 hours I think I've ever covered, you know, ever. Like, I just don't think this could possibly be topped with what we've just seen with these storms. Like, it's just unbelievable what we just saw unwind here across Oklahoma. It was unbelievable. By the way, storms aren't done. I mean, we've still got a lot of storms out there. Still got lots of hail and wind going right across Oklahoma. Ton of storms out there still. Most of these are hail and wind, but we could still see an isolated tornado. We still got a tornado possible in that storm north of Wichita Falls. Any power outages? I bet there's a lot. I can check real quick. It's probably a ton. Here's the state outages. So about 6,000 without power in Oklahoma. We got about 2,000 in Kansas. Actually, not that many, surprisingly. Iowa's only at 300, and then Missouri's only at 400. I bet a lot of those areas, though, the power probably got, you know, put back on pretty quickly. What fueled these storms? A lot of this is just daylight heating, and then we got outflow boundaries and stuff. I kind of let them keep going tonight. It's, again, just been a kind of a wacky weather Wednesday on a Tuesday. By the way, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We're 250 from 184,000. And again, thank you to all of our channel members and any new channel members that have joined the Velocities. Again, we have major upgrades coming to the studio over the next couple of weeks. Or over the next couple of months, I should say. We will have a new computer, which is going to be able to help us run these streams with more storm chasers here in the near future. And also, we will have the ability to have more live cams as well. We'll have 3 more monitors, which we only have technically 3 right now, but we'll have 6 total here pretty soon. A new monitor stand, Probably new lighting as well. We might have something behind me instead of the bed, so rip to the bed. But there are going to be some major changes again coming to the studio. So again, if you are new to the channel, and again, just make sure to subscribe to the channel. Some big changes coming. I'm really excited about a lot of this stuff. And it's a big investment, but I think it's 100% worth it to be able to make these streams even higher quality and hopefully be able to get the message out there clear, because we've had a lot of technical issues recently. But you know, with these upgrades, I think we'll have a lot, you know, less technical issues overall. But again, all the Velocity members that we have, all the new members, I really do appreciate you guys a lot. That's, again, where the majority of that money is going to be going from and to with this big investment that's happening here over the next few months. Gotta get the 40-inch monitor. I think the one I have right now, I had a ruler. I actually still do. I can... Handy dandy. I'll measure this real quick. I think it's about 40 inches. Or nope, never mind. This is 24 inches. That's it. I thought it was larger. It's only a 24-inch wide monitor. That's it. I feel like I thought it was larger, honestly. Then my laptop monitor, by the way, just for reference, is 14 inches. And then the one that's way over to my left, I have 3 monitors right now, and I have 2 plugged into my laptop. I mean, the other one is like probably 18 inches or something. Now we know why you aren't a carpenter. Diagonal? Oh, I have to measure diagonal for this? Diagonal, it's 28 inches. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to be measuring here. You need to measure diagonally. Since when? So it's 28 inches for this large monitor that I'm looking at for everything for the most part. And then the one I'm looking at chat for and stuff is about 16 and a half. I guess I'm not very good with technology. All right, or at least measurements. I don't know. I thought the measurement was just based off the width. Since always? Okay, well, I guess I'm behind. It's kind of concerning. I'm gonna be graduating college in a year, and I don't know that, but okay. TVs and monitors are measured diagonally. Okay, yeah, okay, this is news to me. Welp. Did not know that. But I've got to say, I mentioned this earlier, but like literally removing the bed in the background has literally triggered Twitter. Like I have so many people saying bring back the bed. It is legitimately insane. I did a poll on bringing back the bed or not on Twitter. 67% of you 67% of you want me to keep the bed in the background. Why? I'm gonna do a poll real quick in the chat. Do a poll in the chat real quick. Click yes or no on the poll. I want to see what the results are compared to Twitter, because Twitter was in a rage last night about this bed. And also, somebody decided to Photoshop a trampoline in the background. This is from Phoenix. Good old trampoline. Let's put that in the background instead of the bed. Especially on tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday and also on Thursdays. Okay, it's actually ridiculous that 68% of you are voting yes here. I mean, come on, guys. There's no way we want the bed in the background. Everybody that's talking about like you're not professional, you have a bed in the background, like all those people are the ones that are saying get rid of the bed. Trampoline's all I want now. We might have to do it. We might have to do it. You know, a trampoline though, like I was looking into trampolines, and not like the big ones, but on like Amazon, like if you want a trampoline, it's like even just for like a small one, I think it's like $60. Let me look real quick. If you want a large one, which there's no way that fits behind me, but if you want like a large one, it's like $400, which we're not doing that. But if you want like a small one of the ones that is like a workout one, these are all like the large ones. Let me get a small trampoline. Let's see. Yeah, you got like $80, but a lot of these are like workout ones. I think I found a trampoline. It's just not very. peeling. It's like $50. We might have to go to like Temu or something and find a trampoline. Flying trampoline meter? Yeah, let me get a flying trampoline meter real quick behind me. And a mini fridge. It's actually not a bad idea. Get a mini trampoline and put it on the bed. I mean, I would honestly probably just hang it or something behind me or something weird. No one really wants the bed. See, that's where I mean, Tasty Car is the most realistic person in this chat right now. Max velocity trampoline forecast is needed. Lord. Hang up cheese curds? A bed of cheese curds? I still got cheese curds in front of me right now. Cheese curds isn't a bad idea either. Got some cheese curd sized hail. This is the only weather related question I've seen. Do outflow boundaries help or hurt storms? A lot of the time it depends, but I mean, most of the time it helps them to stay alive. So we got multiple of them right now that are continuing a lot of the storm activity in both sectors, but it can't hurt the tornado threat though. Like the tornado threat will end up going down a lot of the time with outflow boundaries. Like people just come here to hang out. A lot of the time that's what we do at the end of the live streams anyways. We usually just talk about random stuff. I don't mind it, honestly. I'd rather, I mean, you know, there isn't really anything too substantial happening right now. I mean, we don't have any tornadoes or anything, and most of these storms at this point are marginally severe. I mean, we still have a low tornado potential, but like, still relatively low. I don't see any rotation down here, but again, I'm not seeing anything super duper concerning right now. I think most of these storms are just wind and hail now. We talk about the threat tomorrow real quick. I've kind of already been over it. Again, we can do a quick little breakdown. So the greatest threat again will be primarily in western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. So here's the timing for tomorrow. And again, I'm not gonna have a video tomorrow, so just don't expect that. Again, I might not even be live tomorrow at this point, so we'll see. This is around 4 o'clock, so we'll have some storms firing up right around 4 in western Oklahoma. By 5 to 6, they will continue to develop, moving very slowly. By 7, they will continue to explode across western Oklahoma. Again, it's really mostly going to be western Oklahoma and west Texas. By 8, they move east, and by 9 to 10, we're pretty much done with that. I will probably go live, honestly, for this. So I would expect a live stream, but it probably won't be until like 8, until after my last final tomorrow. I'll probably go live for this. If it's significant. I think this will be mostly damaging winds, but we'll probably go live for this. Or maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Again, tomorrow I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think a lot of people are, you know, kind of... tomorrow's been a little bit overhyped, I think. But I think the most concerning thing, again, would just be anything that happens up in here, really. If we had a discrete supercell, a strong tornado threat can't be ruled out. It's again, very rural parts here of southern Kansas and northwestern Oklahoma. Very small area, too. We're not talking about, like, a large-scale outbreak or something like that. It should be a very small area. Yeah, I'm not really concerned about Kansas. This is the threat tomorrow. Again, I'm being brutally honest with you. Like, tomorrow, I don't think is going to be that bad. This is the threat. I mean, it includes all of Kansas, but I think the majority of these storms are not really going to really fall there in Kansas. Some of the storms will actually be tomorrow afternoon, but I think if we get storms like that tomorrow afternoon, we're not going to have anything too significant in the evening, other than maybe some damaging winds overnight into Thursday morning. So, but I think a lot of this will be damaging winds across Oklahoma and Texas, and then maybe something in Kansas, but I think it's just going to be low. So I'm not super concerned if you are in these, or I'm not super concerned if you're like in this area here. The main concern, again, being damaging winds and isolated hail. And again, we could get a tornado threat out of this. I don't know. I don't see a significant tornado threat happening anywhere other than like maybe in here if we get anything discrete. Elsewhere, the threat should be really low, and that includes Dallas, Fort Worth, and other areas like that. But again, we will go live tomorrow, but more than likely we'll be live tomorrow, but it will not be until my last final exam, which will again probably be sometime around again, the start time of that live stream will probably be around like 7:30, 8 o'clock ish, and we'll be live probably for a few hours. That's if needed. Again, if there's not much happening, I'm not going to go live, but if there's enough, we'll go live. But we'll not be live for the bulk of the event. Thank you, Linda, by the way, for the 10 gifted members. I do appreciate that. And if you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Linda in the chat. That's very generous of you. And thank you again, Linda, for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, Noodle, for the $10 super chat. I'm glad I could help, Noodle. That's awesome. I'm honestly glad. Just wanted to tell you that your coverage of the storms was enough to convince my family in Sulphur to go to a cellar well before it dropped. Thank you. Keep doing what you're doing. It's worth it. I really do appreciate that. And I'm glad I can help. Thank you, Sulphur. I'm glad I could help. Whatever happened to my green screen, it's not here. I mean, I'm in a completely different place than where that green screen even is. And this, I don't have enough room for a green screen. Now, once I am back at that place, I'll probably bring back the green screen, but we're gonna have to do some major, like, upgrades to the studio with that, too, if we end up bringing back the green screen. I'll probably have to end up getting, like, another computer for that on its own, or at least another camera or something like that on its own. So that'll be another major upgrade, but that's still a year out. I mean, I wouldn't worry about that right now. It's still a year out until we can even do that. Green screen, a bed in the background. I could move the bed. I mean, I could move the bed back, you know, but I'm probably not going to. What was my major? Meteorology. So weather. Good times. I mean, for the record, most, you know, the other thing is, like, I want a degree because, you know, I still want to learn a lot about weather, but, like, also, there's not a whole lot of meteorologists even on YouTube right now. Most of the weather coverages and stuff are not from meteorologists, which even then, I mean, a lot of people are self-taught, which I 100% support, you know, especially if you know what you're talking about still. But I think that meteorology degree does help a lot. You know, it shows, or at least it can show it. It can at least show that, you know what you're talking about. Some people, you know, they just don't know what they're talking about at all, but most of the time people do. You learn a lot, by the way, if you get a meteorology degree. Like, people do think meteorology degrees are overrated or whatever, but I actually do think you learn a lot. I mean, through 3 years of weather classes, I've learned a lot. I think if you are going into meteorology, it's worth it. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch for Oklahoma. That includes Oklahoma City. This goes all the way until 5 a.m. We are not going to be live until 5 a.m., by the way. Newsflash. But new severe thunderstorm watch across Oklahoma until 5. By the way, this April, somebody was just asking about average. This April, this is the second most amount of tornadoes we've had in an April of all time, I believe. I think that's confirmed. So, yeah. This is one of the most active Aprils of all time. And that does not include today's tornadoes, but the most active before this was 2011 at like 700 tornadoes. Today, or overall in April this month, we've had about 300 or so, just a little under that. And we'll probably add to that total. We'll definitely add to that total today, but we're officially in May. So the clock has struck 12 a.m. We are officially in May. Put some confetti in the chat. We are no longer in April. Let's hope May is not as bad as April. April 27th is a crazy day every year. I swear, it's always the last week of April that's the worst. Thank you, Croyles, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I do appreciate that, and welcome to the Velocities. Let's put some hearts in the chat, by the way, for all the new Velocity members. We have over, we're up to like 600, I think, total recurring Velocity members now. Again, huge shout out to everybody that's a Velocity member. Again, it goes a long way for this channel, and a lot of the upgrades are going to be coming from that. So I do appreciate all the new members of the channel. Just a ton. I mean, we used to have only like 100 for a long time. We're up to like 600 now somehow. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Marietta and Ardmore. There is a tornado possible label still on this. Main concern, though, is going to be damaging winds and hail. So Marietta, Ardmore, Dixon, just be vigilant. Again, there's still a chance for an isolated tornado. Even though that threat should remain pretty low at this point. That threat does exist down here near Ardmore and Marietta. Dirty, yes, that was the HRRR. You should be able to find that feature. I don't, wait, let me double check. Yeah, you should be able to see that. I'm not sure why you can't. If you have the alpha subscription. I don't know. I want to contact them if you don't see it. It'd be at the top left of your screen. That like blue box. Blue box I'm clicking at the top left that you can't really see. Tulsa, the main concern in Tulsa at this point is just mostly gusty winds and small hail. You get an isolated severe storm, but it should remain a low threat. Flash flooding is also a possibility. By the way, if you've not already, make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Those are at Max Velocity WX. WX. And those links are in the description below. I highly recommend you follow us on Facebook. We do post a lot of updates on there. That's, again, at Max Velocity WX. The link is down below. And TikTok, Twitter, all those platforms. But our main platforms are obviously YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. So make sure to follow us on those platforms. We'll be retweeting photos and videos frequently on Twitter, which again is at Max Velocity WX, of all these events. All that sort of stuff. How do you know if you were gifted a membership? You'd see a green tornado next to your name. Okay, so we had 1,300 votes on keeping the bed, and 68% of you said yes. Why? Just why? Anything for St. Louis, Missouri? No. See that lightning on the camera out of Norman? Oh, do you? We got the Quanah, Texas one. We got a Fort Madison one, which that Fort Madison one was good earlier, but it's kind of useless now. There's nothing there. But we still got a virtual rail fan out of Quanah that has been showing a little bit of lightning. Should do a GeoGuessr stream? Oh, Lord. Those are back in the day. When I had like 10,000 subscribers, we would do like a GeoGuessr stream. And GeoGuessr costs money now. Fantastic. I think I'm going to stay live for a little bit longer, because there is some, unless it's just kind of, I mean, these scans haven't really updated here recently, but there's a little bit of rotation near Tatum's, just west-southwest of Sulphur. Watching that area, and I'm also watching this area. We got kind of two different areas, so we're going to stay live just in case something happens. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Yeah, Tetra, I know, and I got 2 final exams tomorrow. It's very exciting. Actually, I just realized it's 1 a.m. I actually should go to bed at some point soon. I'm gonna get like no sleep tonight. It's over. I mean, I gotta get up at like 9 tomorrow, I think, or 8:30 Eastern time. Good times. I'll stay live though for a little bit longer, just in case anything happens. Again, we'll be live at least for a little bit longer. I'm gonna watch these storms near R more closely. It's Joe over. It is Joe over. It's Joe over. Better trampoline pool? Actually, I'm down for that. Let's do that. Alright, new poll in the chat. Bed or trampoline? I gotta get up at 6 tomorrow. Send help. Why are you still up? Go to bed. Holy crap. That's painful. I mean, you're gonna get like 4 hours of sleep, or maybe a little bit more than that. Depends where you are. Wait, risk for tornadoes in Stillwater? I always forget where Stillwater is. It's up here. No, I mean, the main concern here is wind and hail. So definitely be prepared for that. Otherwise, I'm not expecting tornadoes up here. It's a very low chance. I mean, maybe something brief, but it's a very low chance, in my opinion, that we get tornadoes up here. Got another severe thunderstorm warning right along the Red River near Wichita Falls. It's again going to be for damaging winds and hail. How about a trampoline bed? I don't think that exists. Or actually, it probably does. Just a square trampoline. I have to be up at 7 a.m. You should go to bed too. 8 hours of sleep is what you should be getting, according to Google. Stick to YouTube, you're good, no exam needed. Yeah, I wish that's how it worked. Sleeping bag on a trampoline is comfy? It might be. And then your friend jumps on the trampoline when you're sleeping. Sounds fantastic. We officially didn't even eat dinner tonight. I had a shake and that was it from Culver's. I mean, we literally have 4 chicken nuggets in this box, and then I didn't even eat the fries. I mean, we literally didn't even eat tonight. Good times. What happens when you're live? For this much time. Go ahead and put this all in the box. And that'll probably be our food for tomorrow. Good times. No, I actually do have 3 cheese curds left, by the way. So we do have cheese curds. Still remaining, which is a W. I had French toast. I'm actually kind of jealous. I was going to get French toast from IHOP the other night when we went live, but just never happened. So expensive. The French toast was like a ridiculous amount of money. Now, I'm watching this area right up here, west of Sulphur, for a potential tornado threat. Again, we're going to stay live because screw sleep at this point. I don't want to get off air and this drops or something. Just in case something happens here. Again, I don't think it will happen, but it's definitely been developing here for the last few minutes, which is concerning. Here, Tatum's. That's just not good. In case we do get a tornado warning, I'm going to quickly go pee. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. The background must be so boring without there being a bed. Okay, I just saw this on Twitter, and this has nothing to do with weather, but tonight's game has been delayed, and this is from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tonight's game has been delayed due to a bee colony forming on the protective netting behind home plate. Okay. Very interesting. Just popped up in my recommended. All right. So if you're just tuning in, we are watching an area of rotation that's going to be approaching Sulphur. So that's why we're staying live. Just in case this tries to do something weird, we're going to stay live here for at least a little bit longer. Even though I need to kind of go to bed at some point here soon. We're going to kind of muscle it out just in case something does try to happen here. Again, I'm not seeing much from the northern radar site, but it's just enough to be concerned about. Just in case we get something wacky happening here. We're going to stay live. Just in case. That Durant weather radar cannot come in soon enough. I mean, we need that like ASAP for this sort of stuff. But yeah, we're watching this area here, just west of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Thank you, Ginger, for the $9.99. Yes, Del, I have to agree, it was. Just maximum velocity speed. Should be a bar behind you? This is not like a... This is a weather stream. I need a bar behind me. Would I chase with Reed if I get the chance? 100%. Yeah, I would. Yeah, guys, new slosh. I got rid of the bed. We no longer have even... We don't even have a bed anymore. We legitimately have a trampoline on the ground to sleep on. Sleeping bag and everything. No longer even have a mattress. It's all gone. This is trying. Yeah, this is not good. I mean, hopefully, we're far away from the radar site, so it's hard to tell what's exactly happening near the surface. We had this problem the other day with tornadoes that also happened near, you know, Sulphur and Ardmore and stuff. It's just a massive radar hole here, right in the southern plains. But, like, you know, I'm hoping that this is just, like, contamination or not even rotation, but I'm gonna see what this northern radar site shows. But this area definitely needs to be on alert. If you're near Sulphur or Springer, and north of Ardmore, really, right now, that's where I'm watching. Yeah, we'll stay alive here for at least 13 more minutes to see if this does develop into something. Or if it stays strong for those 13 minutes, we'll stay alive. I just, you know, we'll stay alive. If there's a tornado warning, we'll stay alive longer. But I do want to watch this activity just in case something fishy happens. Because I don't think anybody else is live right now, and I don't want to, you know, leave people to no coverage in case this does try to do something here. Because obviously, again, there is a tornado possible label, and there is rotation there for sure. It's just a matter of how strong it's going to be here. Which, check this radar site too. Okay, that doesn't help. Again, most of the south flow driven, so we shouldn't get a tornado here, really, but just in case, we're going to stay alive, just for a little bit longer, just in case. It's near Sulphur. So no sleep for Ardmore? I mean, you could go to sleep, it's just, you know, you got all the lightning and the low tornado risk here, too. Are you still using a laptop? I am. Again, we'll be using we'll probably get a new computer here at some point soon. Again, it'll be in the next 3 to 4 weeks, is my guess, is when it'll officially be ready. That's the area that I'm watching. We don't have great verification on this from the northern radar site, which is the problem. Again, we're just in a radar hole. Again, I'm just hoping that this isn't, I mean, like, the northern radar site doesn't even show it. So I'm just hoping this is kind of just contamination or something. What are we looking at? Hail over here? Is there hail? I didn't really look at that. If there's hail, this would make more sense. Yeah, there is hail. Okay, so this might be contamination. Okay, so if this is just contamination, then that's not really rotation. I wasn't really paying attention to that aspect here. This is 1214. I mean, there isn't really much here if we're just basing it off of that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll stay live at least for a few more minutes, just in case something happens here. I don't know. It's just in an area that just got hit by tornadoes, so I just want to, you know, make sure nothing happens here. Sketchy. Thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. Also, thank you, Hannah, for $4.99. Check up on Northeast Oklahoma. Just mostly ordinary storms up here. We don't have anything severe. This is a little loop. This is the loop here over the last several minutes. Mostly just outflow-driven storms. Got a lot of lightning, some small hail, but nothing severe right now. Very outflow, probably contaminated. I think it's contaminated. I wasn't looking at that hail core, which it looks like we do have a hail core there. Yeah, we have a hail core there, so that's contamination. If there is any rotation, again, it'll be on the leading edge here of this area of storms, which I'm not seeing much by the looks of it. But we'll stay alive for a little bit longer, so in case something happens. Just in case. Tyson, I don't know. I don't know where it would have been. Did you send it recently, or was it like yesterday? Oh, is it the Culver's one? Or is it something different? I might have missed it. Hey, playlist, appreciate it. I cover all stuff. I cover, you know, snowstorms, blizzards, hurricanes, tornadoes, you name it. So, again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And, again, we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage, blizzards, everything like that. Which, we're not having blizzards anytime soon, but, you know what I mean. By the way, we are currently 16 subscribers from 184. Make sure to subscribe if you've not already. Keep this at like the, I don't know. We'll keep it up here for now. For just a second. We should hit this number relatively easily is my guess. Oh, I just got rid of it. Oopsie doopsie. There we go. Hey, Mike, for the 19.99. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Ohio, for the, or sorry, not Ohio. Thank you, Brian, for the 4.99. Is Ohio supposed to get storms? Ohio's not getting storms. You guys have lucked out here over the last little while. Thank you guys, by the way, for 184,000 subscribers. I do appreciate it. That is a wild number. But yeah, I don't expect Ohio to really get much. I think Ohio will be pretty calm for the next week or two when it comes to severe weather. At least the threat should remain low. So I'm not expecting much there. Saw people posting your stream about sulfur on TikTok. You should start posting stream highlights. I'm thinking about it. I didn't realize. I saw that TikTok go viral. Or some, one of my friends saw it and they showed it to me. I had no clue about it. But yeah, I'll probably have somebody. I'll probably like hire somebody or something, or not really hire, but like just get somebody to, you know, post video clips on TikTok of the, like stuff like that. I just need somebody that's good with that stuff. I can quickly turn it around. Yeah, I was really surprised by that. We do have TikTok, but I just haven't really been posting much to it. Mostly just our videos here on YouTube posted there now. Haven't really done much else. Thank you, Pat, for the $5 super chat. Can you check out west of Springfield, Missouri? It looks like something brewing. It's just mostly ordinary storms. There's nothing severe here. Again, it's just strong storms. It's all outflow driven. Nothing to be concerned about. Lightning, wind really is the main threat. We actually could get a severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds. The winds have picked up a little bit. Around 50 miles per hour. So if they continue to intensify near Springfield, don't be surprised by a warning, but it'll be for damaging winds. That would be about it. We'll at least watch this for a couple more scans, just in case something happens here. Thank you, Mary, for the $49.99. That is very generous. Trampoline Fund, I've been a fan since you started on Facebook. I appreciate that, Mary, and thank you for your generous $49.99. Put some hearts in the chat for Mary. I really do appreciate your generosity. By the way, just a recommendation for anybody that ever donates like high numbers, I would always recommend using like the donation link or Venmo down below, because there are fees on YouTube. Just for future reference for anybody that ever does do something, you know, large. Just an FYI. They do have like little to no transaction fees in the bottom, in the description, compared to YouTube. But either way, again, still supports the page. Just throwing that out there. Alright, let's see. The damaging wind threat just got upgraded to 70 miles per hour for Ardmore and Sulphur, by the way. So this is now a considerable threat, I believe. I think it's, yeah, considerable threat. Again, still a tornado possible label on this, but it is now a considerable threat here across southern Oklahoma. That includes Ardmore, Dixon, Elton, Mill Creek, and Springer. Yeah, YouTube takes 30%, but then iOS and Android takes another like 30%. It gets kind of crazy. So a lot of the time super chats are like way lower than what it, you know, the actual number is. Now, a lot of people don't know about that, but that's what it is. I usually don't talk about it, but you know, just something I'm throwing out there. Candy, we do have PayPal through the donation link, but I mean, friends and family, I mean, that's not like legal to do that for donations and stuff. Resent the message on the tweet. Okay, I'll look. I didn't get anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. Oh wait, no, wait, no. I'm not mentioned in anything. You gotta at me at MaxVelocityWX. Make sure it's a tweet and not like through messages. I gonna be live tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know if we're really gonna have to go live tomorrow. If we do go live again, it'll probably not be until around like 8. Again, I have an exam right around that nighttime time frame, so we probably, if we do go live, it probably won't at least be until like 8. Remember, anyone got the viral TikTok link? I don't even remember who the guy was. It was just some random person that posted it. Hey, Mayhem, appreciate it. I got for dynamic meteorology, or not, oh yeah, dynamic meteorology, and then I also have a broadcast exam tomorrow. I got one at like 10 a.m., so that means I have to wake up early tomorrow, and then I also have the other one, which is at night, which kind of sucks. Because that kind of plays into going live tomorrow. I would be live for sure tomorrow, but that's going to probably play a role into everything. Trampoline won. Trampoline did win. I think we'll have to use the trampoline. Actually, I did miss a couple of donations earlier. If you guys are still here, thank you to St. Louis Mike for the $10 donation. Enjoy your streams. I've been diving into Radar Omega and getting interested in the weather in general. Keep up the good work. Appreciate that, Mike. Also, thank you. Oh, that was the only one. Okay, that was the only donation I missed. I sometimes miss donations when we're in the middle of tornado warnings, so if you did donate or became a member or anything like that during the tornado warning frenzy that we had earlier, I do appreciate you guys a lot. Even though I wasn't able to thank you, I still do appreciate it. Also, thank you, friends, for the 1 month as a maximum velocity member. My live stream is back, is it? Oh, yes. I really wanted to watch that stream back. Holy crap. I am actually happy if it's back. I usually would not be excited, honestly, about this. Well, it's never happened before. Yes! It's back, guys. We're saved. We got the entire 6 hours almost of that stream back. And I really wanted to watch this back because there's so much happening. I don't know what happened at the end. Oh, man. I'm actually excited to watch that back. There were so many things I wanted to see. Because I always watch back my live streams. Like, I always do that. Watch back what I did good and bad and whatever. Self-judge myself. 300,000 views. Yeah, that live stream had a lot of views. We had our live stream on Sunday had like 650,000 views total. It was insane. And this live stream that's only been about 3.5 hours is at 214,000. So when was that live stream? That was the one that before this one. We've only been live for 3.5 hours, but we were also live for 5.5 hours before. We've been live for 9 hours today. Holy crap. I'm telling you guys, we've been live so much recently. I didn't even think of it. We've been live for 9 hours today, and we would have been live for about 10 hours if it wasn't for my internet going out, for the record, which is crazy. So yeah, we were live for almost 10 hours today. We were live for 9 hours on Sunday. We were live for 15 hours approximately on Saturday, and we were also live on Friday for about 9 hours or so, maybe even almost 10 hours. That's 10. So it's about 9 plus 15. That's 24. That's 33. We've been live for 43 hours over the last 5 days. And that does not include stream prep, does not include any of that stuff, which is also time consuming. And I think we've uploaded like 2 or 3 videos in that time frame, which take about an hour and a half approximately each too. So that's like 60-ish hours probably, including prep, in the last 5 or 6 days. So, I mean, I gotta tell you, I mean, I'm surprised I'm still going. I've not felt like any issues at all, but wow, that's pretty crazy. I didn't realize how many hours we've been putting in over the last like 5 or 6 days. Thank you, by the way, Bryce, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. I see a prediction for Thursday morning. I don't really have a prediction right now for Thursday morning. I don't think there will be anything too crazy for Thursday. This is the outlook for tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. We do have a large marginal threat right now from Iowa and Wisconsin back into Texas. I would have been burnt out. I don't get burnt out. I love doing this. I mean, you know, people would easily get burnt out doing this if they didn't like doing it. But we'll probably go live on Thursday if it gets upgraded anywhere, which I don't know if it will, but if that gets upgraded at all, we'll probably be live on Thursday. But we'll be live on Wednesday night after like 8 probably. But don't expect a live stream in the afternoon because I just won't be able to with a final exam. Or at least I don't think I will be able to. Check real quick. So fun fact, I have one class that I have an exam that I took over a month ago, and that exam still has not been graded, but my exam that I took like 4 days ago got graded. In that same class. Insane. How does that happen? I could not tell you. I think Tucker needs a raise. Trust me, I actually, Tucker's like the one person I actually do right now. I mean, we technically do have an employee now, sorta. So, yeah, I mean, Tucker's the one that handles right now social media. To some extent, they post like the tornado warnings during warnings and stuff like that. They moderate the chat, and then I'm hoping at some point that maybe Tucker can try to take over and do some like that TikTok uploading stuff during warnings and stuff, maybe. But that's a lot of stuff that for one person. But I mean, I already do a lot of this stuff for one person anyways, so who knows. Hail in Tulsa? I'm guessing it's small hail. I don't think there's anything large up here. I mean, we could literally talk about weather all day. I mean, literally with all this activity still. We still got damaging winds up to 70 right now going towards Ardmore. I'm not seeing really a whole lot of rotation right now, so hopefully it stays that way. But there's still a tornado possible label on this. How many more finals do I have? I have 2, and they're both tomorrow. And then after that, we're done. So we'll be open to do more live streams after this pretty easily. But again, I'm probably going to go on a little trip either next week or the week after that for about a week or so. I'll still have videos. I'll probably still have some live streams if needed, but it'll be a little bit more limited. Just a little bit. Gonna be going golfing, more than likely. Do you have a lot of trolls? I don't know. We usually have some sometimes. It just depends. What do your professors think of your channel? I mean, a lot of my professors still don't know about it, so there's only a couple or maybe a few that know. Take laptop for going live? Well, that's what I do. That's why I have a laptop. I mean, you know, we go, you know, whenever I go on a trip or something like that, I always bring my laptop. I went on a cruise back at the end of December of this past year with, you know, family or whatever, and you know, a lot of people. I actually had 3 videos over that break, and I was able to only have like 2 or 3 days where there wasn't a video. And the way I did it was I just scheduled some like seasonal forecast basically for that week. So. You know, that's another thing that I try to do when I go on vacation or something like that. But, you know, when it's something like golfing and I have access to my laptop, it's easier. But on a cruise, there's no guarantee that you're gonna have internet. And I end up buying an internet package just for like Facebook posts and stuff. But, you know, for you know, doing live streams or whatever, that was just impossible. We had Starlink internet. It was just horrendous. It was horrible. A studio tour sometime. It's not very impressive, but once I get a new computer and new lighting and stuff, I will do a studio tour. I'll probably have it members only, but we could always make it so everybody can see it. I might post it like members only and then post it on Twitter, so it's not like its own video on here. You know what I mean? So if you, or we also might post it on Facebook, so we might just do that. I'll probably post it members only on YouTube, so if you're a member, you can see it, but it'll also be public fully on Facebook and Twitter, so you can see it even if you're not a member. It'll just be on other platforms. Because I don't want to post a singular video just for a studio tour if we do that. Which, I mean, my studio, honestly, right now is it's pretty crappy. I mean, like, if you saw it, you would think, like, I am... you would be surprised with how crappy it is right now. I mean, it's not bad, it's just... I mean, I have a desk that's bad. I also have a counter table that is holding one of my monitors right now. Like, we don't have another desk, so we're also gonna have to get another desk. That's another thing. So we have a lot of upgrades that are coming here over the next few weeks. So once again, a lot of upgrades coming. You are a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it, and we'll be, you know, doing some big upgrades over the next few weeks. I kind of made that decision after the video quality that happened on the other day, which on the video I think it was yesterday or something, and that video just had horrendous quality on the face cam. And the OBS has been struggling to have multiple feeds for, you know, storm chasers and stuff. So, you know, the hope is that we don't have to deal with that anymore, and we can just streamline live streams without any issues and just have a bunch of storm chasers and stuff like that. How long have I been live tonight? This live stream's been about almost 4 hours, and then the stream earlier was about 6, so almost about a 10-hour day today. Who is we? I say we for everything, for the record. I mean, we have a kind of a team now. I mean, it used to only be me for the longest time, and then we licensed out Vince Walty at one point, and then we got Connor Croft recently as a storm chaser, so you can consider that as we. We also have Tucker, which is our chat mod and our social media person now. So, I mean, it's turning into a small team at least, or a couple, a group, a small group. Very, very small group. I mean, Stormrunner Media too, we're going to try to work with them more probably too in the future. They do a pretty fantastic job with their live coverages for storm chasing, so they're very underrated. Need more mods? I know. I know I need more mods. I'm well aware. Well, I mean, the viewership spike recently has been super large, so, I mean, I wasn't expecting to have this large of a spike. I mean, even today's stream, we got close to a concurrent viewership record, I believe, today. Again, Sunday we had a peak. Today we peaked at 16,800 people at one point. I mean, we've had some viewership peaks that, again, we've never experienced before. We're usually, I mean, back in the past, like, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, our highest ever was like maybe 10,000. Maybe even less than that. And that was a peak. We had a consistent peak today, well over 10,000. So it was just, you know, it's kind of out of nowhere. Am I hiring mods? I mean, I'll probably put something out at some point when we're actually looking for a mod or two. Favorite circle flavor? Blue raspberry or black cherry. Those are the two best, in my opinion. Storm is sure weakening. This hasn't been weakening that much. It's weakening a little bit, but it's still probably going to go for a couple more hours. But I do think the tornado threat here is lower. There's still some rotation, but I don't think it'll be enough. Will mod for IHOP? Do I have a Discord server? We do. Discord server is linked in the description. TikTok brought many of us here. Really? I'm actually kind of surprised by that. There was no mentioning on that TikTok of my name whatsoever. That TikTok on there was... Unless you're talking about my TikTok page. If you're talking about that viral one, I don't know how in the world you would have found it, because, like, it did not say max velocity anywhere on that TikTok. There's, like, no credit given at all. Gee, I can, but it's still a year away, so it's still a year away. Sue them? I'm not gonna sue them. I don't really care. It's TikTok. Really? I mean, TikTok is just... It's whatever. It's TikTok. People copyright things. I mean, people take people's stuff all the time on TikTok. It's a frenzy over there. How I lose or not lose my voice after going live for many hours? I don't know. We used to have an issue 2 years ago, but I think I'm built different now. My voice is just built different. Tomorrow has a higher risk. Tomorrow doesn't even have... We don't even have an outlook for tomorrow yet. And we probably won't for another 25 minutes. And I'm not planning on staying live for 25 more minutes, because I have to get to bed at some point. I was supposed to be a singer? I used to be in an acapella group. Fun fact. Sometime I'll have to show you guys sometime. I used to actually be in an acapella group, so I used to sing. Sung quite a bit. I don't know why. We just... I'm surprised 6,000 people are still watching. I mean, we were just talking about random crap right now. Is there any rotation near Tulsa? No. Again, this is all mostly outflow driven. It's mostly just wind. All wind. Not really looking at any rotation there. Just using your voice correctly? I guess. I don't know. On live streams recently, I have been trying to tone my voice down more overall, which you may have noticed if you've been around for a while. I don't talk nearly as loud on live streams as I used to, which is probably helping. We're just hanging out. Just hanging around. What's my name? I don't know. It's John. John Cena. You made a gaming channel I would genuinely watch. I'm not making a gaming channel. I don't even play enough games to have a gaming channel. You'd see a video every like 6 years, like Loki. Thank you, Flakes, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. That is 41 new members today, by the way. I think about 30 of those were gifted, but I do appreciate anybody that's become a member today. If you do want to support the page, again, you can click the link at the top of the description to become a member. We also have a Venmo and a donation link down below if you want to support the page. Again, we're doing big studio upgrades over the next few months, so again, all that does help a lot with that stuff, but not required by any means. Thought your name was Max? No, it's John Cena. Imagine. Max Gaming. No. No. Not doing gaming. Where's the donation link? It should be at the top of the description somewhere. It's under the... if you scroll down in the description below, there's like a little donate thing. That's the donation link. If you don't see it, I'll just put it in the chat real quick. You do want to donate. Is Armor safe from tornadoes? Yeah, I'm not too concerned at this point. Again, you could technically still get a brief tornado. I just think overall the main concern right now is damaging winds. Damaging winds up to 70, keep in mind, is still a threat. You know, it's still a threat here. So don't just sleep on it here. Damaging winds up to 70 can still knock over trees or send trampolines flying. So continue to, again, stay vigilant here. Stay away from windows at the bare minimum on the storm. Ginger with the $100 donation. You are insane. Like, literally. I mean, you guys are literally insane today. You are now unofficially my grandson. I do appreciate the generosity. Wow, you're crazy, Ginger. I really do appreciate your generosity. Really, D-Man? That's pretty cool. Yeah, again, I'll probably put out like an application thing at some point on our Discord or our Twitter or something like that. Put some hearts in the chat, by the way, for Ginger. Very generous $100 donation and a bunch of super chats, by the way, tonight. I really do appreciate your support. And again, we'll have a new computer probably in about 2 weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks. It's gonna be a little bit of time because it's gonna be we're building the computer. We're not just like buying a computer. So we're gonna be doing a built computer, which is a little bit cheaper, bit of a cheaper option overall. Getting the specs that I need for streaming and stuff like that is gonna be critical for that. So that's the plan, and then we're gonna get 3 new monitors. I need to get a monitor stand, another desk, probably 2 desks. It's actually gonna be a quite costly investment. I mean, it's more than you might think. I mean, it's 3 monitors, I'm gonna have to get 2 desks, new lighting, a new computer, a bunch of other crap. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. So, again, expect updates on this probably in about a week or 2 though, because it's not gonna all come in until probably then. Which once again, we'll have that stuff here in a couple of weeks or so. Yeah, I'll show off, I'll do a video or something like that once it all comes in. Thank you, Sean, for the $9.99. I do appreciate it. An Amazon wish list? I'm not going to do an Amazon wish list for this. I'll just do it on my own. Because the parts, I mean, I need the parts like ASAP. I don't need to, you know, have this elongated for like months. I'm trying to do this upgrade like in May. I'm not trying to do this in like 3 months from now. Because once again, that computer, it's like 14 different parts, I think. And so I need all that at once. Twister I used to. I don't anymore, but I actually kind of want to move back to Texas. I love Texas. I love the people in Texas. especially in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Man, Texas has some fantastic people. I loved living there when I was there for a few years. Crazy lightning in Tulsa. Yeah, we got a lot of lightning there in Tulsa. Highly electrified storms there. Do I have a merch store? Yeah, we have merch. There's a link in the description as well for that. I actually had somebody buy merch earlier. I mean, I don't really ever mention my merch store, but if you ever want to get like a t-shirt or a hat, I mean, they're really high quality stuff. I actually wore one of my shirts on my recent live stream. I used to be in Denton County. Denton County was where I was at. But yeah, I mean, you know, the shirts and hats on our store, shopmaxvelocity.net, they are super high quality, really comfortable, and you know, I'm not saying that to sell you. I'm just telling you, like, they are actually genuinely comfortable and stuff. I do recommend picking one up if you want to, you know, rep a hat or a t-shirt or whatever it might be. I'm in Denton, are you? I used to live there, or not in Denton, but close to it. Again, I loved living in Dallas-Fort Worth. It was fantastic. And there wasn't like, you know, there's perks to living there. There's also not perks. I mean, you're not close to an ocean at all here. There's not really any sort of big amusement parks other than like Six Flags. So there's some things that lack, but it's the people there and everything. I mean, it was fantastic. Loved it. I lived in Grapevine. I went to Grapevine once. It was really nice. But people are so nice there, like literally. I mean, it's amazing. Everybody's nice. Friends of Freedom, yes, again, that link's in the description for merch. Denton County, too? We got a lot of Denton County people here. I'm actually kind of surprised. Better food than IHOP in Texas? There definitely is. Barbecue's amazing there. I mean, I actually gained probably about 20 pounds when I moved to Texas in the first, like, 2 months. I ended up losing it after a while. I ended up getting pre-diabetic, and then I started losing weight after that because I didn't realize how much I was eating. But yeah, you can gain weight very easily there. Like, it's not hard at all. Aren't you tired? I'm honestly not tired, but I'm going to be tired tomorrow morning because I have to wake up at like 9, and that's 7 hours from now, which is fantastic. I mean, I would rather talk to you guys than have to get sleep. I used to live in Denton County, but I used to live in Collin County. Collin County is also... I've been to Collin County before. There's like this mall thing. I can't remember what it was called, but there's like a strip mall there. It's actually really cool. It's like a large mall with a bunch of food places inside. I can't remember what it was called. I moved out of Texas right before that large ice storm in 2021. Or the rolling blackouts. That's what it was called. Rolling blackouts event. It's fantastic. Moved out just in time before that happened. Because that was horrendous. And I was able to cover that entire event from not being there. Is there a tornado in Peoria, Illinois? No. We actually have no warnings anymore other than flash flood warnings. Which is phenomenal. I don't have a live radar scene, so we're just going to put it on this. So just keep in mind there's no warnings. But, yeah. Thank you, D-Man, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Need sleep? You must be exhausted. I'm honestly not. Again, I would much rather not have to take exams tomorrow, but I'm gonna have to, and that sucks. But I would rather just be live. Tulsa? Again, Tulsa's just strong storms with lots of lightning at this point. Lots of lightning. That's about it. Maybe some gusty winds, maybe some small hail. That is about all. Alright, let's chill out near Jenks and Broken Arrow. Let's chill out with that little bit of rotation, shall we? Let's chill. Let's chill out. So let's go away. I don't want to have to cover tornado warning. I would much rather not. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's on the Ardmore storm for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We do not have negative 12 tornado warnings. I don't know why it says that. Okay, that's interesting. All right, there we go. Don't know why it said negative 12 tornado warnings. Holy cow. That'd be impressive, actually. Yeah, I don't see much here. It's not much. Not too concerned about this. I missed the entire event today. You got to go watch it back. It was unbelievable. I would actually watch back this stream, not the last one. Even the last stream was interesting, but this one, you know, just watch back the PDS tornadoes that we had. It's unbelievable. And guys, honestly, like I'll name this stream probably like the unexpected tornado, like large tornadoes in Oklahoma or something. Like I would highly recommend watching back the stream if you're just tuning in. It was really crazy earlier in the stream. And yeah, I mean, this is again just shocking. Pick a number between 1 and 500. 327. Is there a threat you follow Oklahoma? Not really. I mean, again, it would just be strong storms, maybe an isolated severe storm. Am I pulling an all-nighter? No, I cannot pull an all-nighter. My merch store is not corrupted. It's literally just shopmaxvelocity.net. Like, what? That link should work. I don't think there's any problem with it. Is your name Maximilian? No. Yes, 100%. That's exactly what it is. Thank you, Carolyn, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. Yeah, once again, I'm not seeing much here near Jenks. Again, it's not really rotation that's too concerning. You could see a brief tornado out of it, but it's very unlikely, or it's just unlikely in general that we're going to get one out of this. Working? Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think there's anything wrong with their link. So go down in scientific history books? 100%. Yeah, they will definitely. 100%. Low worn days go crazy? Yeah, they do. They really do. That's why I go live for a lot of them. I mean, you know, there's always something happening on these low risk days. It feels like every single time we go live for like a marginal or slight, there's always something. That's once again why we go live for these sort of things. You know, there's a reason why we go live. Alright, we got 3 minutes left, and then I'm going to bed. Ended off at a flat 4 hours. That means today we've been live for approximately 10 hours, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. I did not expect to be live for 10 hours today, but we went live for 10 hours. And then we also went live, again, literally for... I mean, we've been live a little over 44 hours over the last 5 days, so... And that does not, again, include stream prep and all that, which stream prep is much more than that. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much here. It's pretty broad rotation still, and it's pretty weak. Can I let you know what's happening the rest of the week? I mean, I've already talked about it in the stream today. If you want to know more about it, you can go to the stream, or you can go like back in like an hour or so. I talked about tomorrow, and then I'll have a video on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, probably on I don't know what day. Thursday morning or something like that. Can we stop spamming the chat, please? I don't want to have to time people out for spamming. By the way, spamming is like one of the most annoying things that anybody can do in this chat. Please do not spam the same question. It is really annoying. You need a timeout. I only did it for a minute, just in case it was a glitch. Yeah, for the record, you probably could just look at your weather app and get the same forecast that I would give you anyway. I mean, it depends where you are. If it's severe weather, it's different, but like, you know, it's just a general area like Boston, Massachusetts or something, you could easily just find the forecast on Google or whatever. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'm tired and I have to get to bed. I have a final tomorrow morning, and I also have one tomorrow night. So I do appreciate all you guys tuning in. Again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Like the stream if you found it informative. I do appreciate all of you guys sticking around here for the last, like, hour of shenanigans, basically. But I got to go to bed, and I am very tired. We've been live for 10 hours today. So, again, if you did enjoy the stream, subscribe. If you want to support the page above and beyond, again, you can become a member. The link is pinned in the chat. It's also the join button down below, and I'll also post the link again in the chat in case you do want to become a member of the channel. You get a bunch of benefits, including a chat badge. You also get bloopers access and a bunch more. Depending on your tier, you can, again, get a bunch of benefits. Check it out. Again, it's that join link. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Tulsa. So that's 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. No tornado warning on this. So just heads up there. But other than that, again, we'll be possibly live tomorrow, but probably not for the majority of the event. Again, just make sure to subscribe to the channel. Click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we do go live, if we go live. And also, join our Discord server. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter. All those links are down in the description below. So go follow us on those platforms. Twitter is at MaxVelocityWX. If you're on TV, you can follow from your phone at MaxVelocityWX. And also, you can follow us on our Facebook page at MaxVelocityWX. And you can join our Discord server. The link is down below. And also, again, thank you to anybody that donated today, anybody that subscribed to the channel, anybody that became a member, super chatted, liked the stream, watch the stream. I appreciate all of you guys a lot, and I will see you guys all again probably tomorrow night after my last exam, but if not, I'll be live possibly Thursday. At least we'll have a video on Thursday if there's no need for a live stream. So that's the plan. Again, we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Thank you guys for watching, and have a great, safe rest of your night. Stay vigilant if you're in Oklahoma, just in case there's more severe weather, and we'll see you guys all again soon. Bye-bye.